Sorry, for those of you who are here early. So I've got my cool little like mixing set up, and trying to get the audio levels correct at the beginning of the stream is a challenge. But it leads to the situation where I've got like one hand on my ear to hear properly, and I'm tweaking the levels. I get kind of like this, like, middle-aged DJ at a kid's party kind of vibe, like I'm going hard and no one else is. Anyway, how are you? What? Hello and welcome! Mental Monk, good to see you. Aeon, always a pleasure, never a chore. Who's ready to build a Gundam? And Mental Monk, I'm happy to report. First! Trash Can, what? Hello and welcome. Verdon, good to see you. Agent Chaotic Beans reporting for mission. Good to hear. Wraith, always lovely to see you, friend. Come on in, you lot. Come on in. Oh yes, the first boards. My first proper coffee in weeks. No, it's only been a few days, but it's lovely. Oh shit! What would be my tragic DJ name? Obviously, DJ Drippy the Clown isn't an actual DJ. He's a fucking psychopath. Wraith, happy birthday, mate! I hope you've had a fucking good one, friend. I've been pretty good about keeping the Scottish voice on the limited amounts. All right. Although Tommy Thompson did comment on my beans photo with "need some mince in that," and I'm like, oh, this is why America makes fun of us. DJ Will Overcard, DJ Lemon Ginger. And hey, look, joking aside, if you genuinely enjoy spinning the discs and it makes you happy, go for it. Don't let anybody else judge you. You know, I always like telling the story of how Brendan PlayerUnknown Green was a DJ in Brazil before, you know, getting into the modding scene of video games and then hitting it big with PUBG. You know. Mental Monk, why are you like this? Oh, Wraith, that sounds decadent. That sounds decadent. I'm on a strict soft food and sobriety diet at the moment, so I was looking at some of the like jar curry sauces, maybe seeing if I could do just like a curry rice or something. So yeah. Anyway. Come on in, friends, come on in. Today, we are building stuff. I'm working on this, and for those of you that have a model kit or a Lego kit or something along those lines, I'd like you to crack open your crafting and come join us. I'm going to be joined by my very good friend John, who is not on the clock, so will not be joining us as an official Bandai Namco employee, but is a Gundam and Mech fanatic. And also attended Summer Games Fest this year, so we're not going to be getting kind of the inside scoop per se, but we will be getting kind of a boots on the ground perspective. Numbers, ask away. Deus was actually asking my opinion on what game they should play next, and that is still one of the biggest compliments. Also, sorry that we're running late. Getting everything set up for today's Gundam stream threw all of my settings out of whack. And at one point, the audio was being picked up by a microphone on a device I didn't even know had a microphone. So that was a fun thing to find out. To the varying spies of intelligence agencies, sorry for the things you've had to hear. Also, I'm not sorry. Caffeine, Watto and welcome. Nova, Watto and welcome. Can I get a list of good quality isekai games? Well, okay. What constitutes an isekai game in your definition? Because there are loads of I wake up in another world, but like thematical trappings and like experiential trappings are different. You know what I mean? If you want that kind of like underpowered hero becomes the legend. I've got the book. I've got the book.
Alexa, play Just Communication from the Gundam Wing intro.
I think you mean, okay, Google, play the Gundam Wing intro. See if that lands. Distinct settings and travel between, but only in one direction. Ah, darn it. Quick on the draw there, Nova. So, Devoshi, thank you for the bits. I nearly got him. Nearly got him. So, yeah, with Mental Monk, I think Final Fantasy Tactics Advance would definitely count. And I think that captures the vibe as well. Because, like, when people ask for a game recommendation, they're not asking for, like, adherence to the letter of the law. They're asking for something that captures the experience, the feel. So I'll have a ponder.
Reactor
I'm still working on my coffee.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
71. More like 70 fun kappa.
Yeah. Martin, I like how you're thinking. Also, thank you. 71 months is still, like, no fucking joke. So, Numbers, I would say that Majora's Mask counts for the vibe of an isekai. I'm trying to think of some of the good ones. Oh, what was the Ninja Theory Journey to the West game? I always think that one has a really good isekai vibe. The first Ni no Kuni, absolutely. No, not Sakuya. It was Oh something. Nova, good point. Link to the Past is technically an isekai. Well, so Martin, that's the fun thing about, like, recommending games in this kind of manner is what is mechanically an isekai is different from what is thematically, right? Because when you're dealing with, like, linear mediums... Yeah, Enslaved Journey to the West. Thank you, Numbers. I don't know where the O came from there. My body's still recovering. I went to bed at a sensible hour last night, and I still drastically overslept, so I think my body's not forgiven me for all this nonsense. See, Bloodborne is technically an isekai, but I wouldn't say fits the isekai vibe. Do you know what I mean? Devoshi, I'd say a sensible hour is like midnight, 1 o'clock. So Yeti, I always recommend doing them in limb order, depending on the Gundam. So, like, for a traditional Gundam, you can pretty much build each of the pieces anyhow you want, but I find leaping between different bits of different pieces breaks my brain, and that's how you get knees backwards. So yeah, Numbers, that's a good question. Anyway, I got a shark fact for you bastards. And again, this is full color. Every time we do a shark fact, I am confronted with all of this. You bastards. A whale shark has 3,000 teeth that are each half an inch long. Oh, another one from Nova. Oh, I love that so much. Predatory sharks' teeth are pointed with jagged edges designed to slice, rip, and tear food. They are the doom guys of the sea. Knees backward is a Hideo Kojima character. See, again, numbers, that's where it's interesting, because, like, Dante's Inferno, the game, is technically an isekai. But it does not have the vibes of them in any way, shape, or form, right? And that's where it's kind of interesting, because when you add the player's ability to explore the world and to have agency in the story, like, that's where, you know, air quotes, vibes kind of comes into play. Because the whole conceit of an isekai isn't a mechanical one, but a narrative one. Wraith, Death Stranding 2 will be as we can. We've got Night Rain and Rain World going on at the moment, and Mech Warrior, and Abiotic Factor. Like, our dance cards got real full. The thing that I've tried to avoid doing for a long time is have too many long plays going at once, and we're kind of there. Like, I don't know when we're going to finish Dread Delusion. We really need to. Martin, yeah, from a technical standpoint, Dark Souls 2 is an isekai. I really do want to play Death Stranding 2, but it's not like it needs our help. And, I mean, we played Death Stranding 1 around the time it got a PC release, so we might do that. Because between myself and Littlefire, we have the ability to do a PS5 stream. But, you know, I don't think we need to rush to it. Technically, numbers, yeah, Kingdom Hearts is an isekai. And I'd say Kingdom Hearts also hits the vibe of an isekai. Yeah, I'm not pronouncing that. What's your name? I don't know, I'm just Is it a robot? Is it a person? It's a You cannot know how happy I am to have proper coffee again. Well, it wasn't like I was fully non-coffee, but it's so good. Mental Monk. Oh yes, the Forsaken game, that was definitely an isekai. And it only really got torn apart for the dialogue choice in the trailer. Like, we haven't played Forsaken, but it was definitely an exercise in, you know, goose and gandering. I.e., what is good for the goose isn't necessarily good for the gander. They attempted to do a very Marvel-inspired marketing play. And rather than coming across as, like, pithy characters being funny, you know, your Robert Downey Jr. special, it came across as almost like hating on the game they were in. It did not land. Yeah, like Verdenflow, Brutal Legend is absolutely an isekai in both feel, in vibe, and mechanics. But yeah, no, Wraith, I actually showed people, because Littlefire's been helping me with the flat and stuff. I found the Death Stranding book from our playthrough with the incredible monster energy. I'm still amazed you lot put up with me doing that whole playthrough with just the amount of time I stopped and took photos. Man, this book still cost me like $40, but totally worth it. The problem is I get to a certain point and I have to be careful of what I show you for, like, spoilers and shit. The thing I will always love about this, about Death Stranding, is how they go, this is the American wilderness. And you're like, no, that's not. That's Iceland. Nope, it's America. We will not be explaining this any further. Well, see, and Wraith, and that's another one where Graveyard Keeper is technically, but I would not say hits the thematic beats, but... Oh, trash can, abso-fucking-lutely. I'll never forgive EA for fucking that. The story as I heard it, and this is all, you know, whispers and rumors and whatnot, was, EA... Brutal Legend became a huge part of that year's financial predictions for EA because they lacked really a bunch of anything else. Like, they didn't have any other big titles in their lineup, so they kept quietly bumping how many copies Brutal Legend was supposed to sell. So they put more and more marketing into it, and eventually it reached a point where the amount of marketing spent and the amount of budget predicted, the amount of copies predicted for sales was well beyond what anything could do. So when it sold, it was technically a flop. Combine that with people feeling a bit hoodwinked by the surprise MOBA system, and yeah. Oh yeah. And Fearless, I can't imagine working at Kojima Productions is the most healthy of environments, but what they did with the Horizon Zero Dawn engine continues to impress me. It's still kind of sad though that the Fox engine got left on the ground. For those of you who are new here, like last year, kind of into this year, I went back to Metal Gear Solid 5. Shout out to my little mercenary company who had been fighting for like 8 years without me. And not losing. And it is amazing what the Fox engine can still do. See, Wraith, and this is where it kind of gets interesting in discussion, is grounded in isekai. If you really wanted to, you could make a case for it, but I feel like it would just be an argument in pedantry. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, what-ho and welcome, friends. It is a Saturday. We're crafting. My lovely friend John is going to be joining us on stream. We're going to be doing a co-build of this SD Master Grade Wing Zero. We both have the same kit, building it together. We're going to be plumbing through John's view as well. John works over at Bandai Namco. Is not on the clock as an official representative today, but is definitely down to clown about anything like Mech Gundam Conversational, and also attended Summer Games Fest like in person. So we're going to be chatting about that. I hope that you all have a painting project or a crafting project or something along those lines that you'd like to bring together. Because, like, you know, I don't know where I hope it's cooled off where you all are, but out here in Seattle, the heavens open today and it is lovely. It's my kind of Saturday, you know? Like, there's been just enough rain to take the heat out, but it's nice. But not so nice that you feel bad sitting indoors and building a Gundam. I'm sorry, Caffeine. So yeah, either Caffeine or Nova, would one of you mind just letting the Longship know that we are live and that everything is working? I wanted to make sure the audio problems didn't come back. So yeah. Yo! Sure want to hear about the spiciest fucking bullshit that dropped this week. Okay, you all might not care about this, and I'll probably wait until John joins us, but somebody at Sega is definitely getting super fired and probably taken into a back alley and beaten with sticks, like a Yakuza beatdown style. So it was spotted on the 18th in Japan, but English language sites only picked it up yesterday. Someone left the quarterly Sega report on an unprotected part of the Sega Japan website, and it includes all the Sega Sammy sales stuff. It includes sales figures, their entire pachinko and gambling strategy, all of their tentpole plans, how everything's been doing. We got all the shit. Now, when I was at the Creative Assembly, every half a year, every quarter, we'd have a big company meeting, and somebody from Sega would come down and take us through this presentation and talk about whatever new strategy Sega was going for. What's real funny is one year, I forget who it was who was presenting it, but they had what was called the Ichiban system, which is a kind of tentpole philosophy where it's something that Sony and Panasonic do with their physical products, where they have like 7 TVs, but one will be the Ichiban product. One will be the TV where they use for all their marketing. And that was going to be Sega's strategy for games. They then went on to announce 3 Ichiban products, and you're like, well, hang on. Hang the fuck on. Wasn't the point that you were going to have one? Like, but all right, mate. The fact that this has leaked, like, I don't know. I should probably check to see what I'm allowed to share with you all live on stream. But holy fuck. Now, I believe John was pointing out that it's getting to that season where in Japan the interns start getting moved into actual positions. So it might have that might have something to do with it, but oh, John Deere, what and welcome. Exactly. Yeah. Scarred. Exactly. So funny. So funny. But like, this is not something the outside world usually gets to see. Like, we've seen some stuff, like, a couple years back during the Kaiju Baby Piss Battle, we got to see Fortnite's brand strategy documents and things like that as part of the court. And then there was the leak of old Sega of America emails from the 90s, which was incredible. God, that was so good. But this, like, this is for June, July. Actually, let me... bear with me just a second, friends. I'm just gonna pop this up on mid-document so I can show it to you. So fucking funny. So yeah, I don't know what the legalities are of me sharing this with you on stream now that it's leaked. Because, like, I'm not under any NDAs around Sega anymore. Those have all gone. This is something that's happened completely sans me being a member of the company. Oh yeah, right, yeah, we got a bunch of Microsoft documents during their leak with the FCC. And you have to understand, like, this... Oh yeah, no, Air Dragon. Real sales figures. Now, they may be fudged for internal PR. Like, you got to understand that there are 3 branches of Sega. Sega of Japan, Sega of Europe, Sega of America. I don't know what the current internal political climate is, but SOJ rules. They are literally the shogun on the throne. Sega of America have gained and waned in power over the years, and Sega of Europe was kind of slowly and quietly building their power base, building their time. Sega Europe were the first ones of the 3 to embrace digital distribution properly. And with the acquisition of companies like CA, who, like, they don't sell a lot at launch, but they sell a lot year in, year out. Sega Europe kind of built a power base. Again, I don't know if that's still the case, but God, it's this kind of shit I don't get to share with you. So we have sales figures on the Yakuza games, on some of the Atlas titles. Like, this is, yeah, piping hot. So, I mean, we could do a whole fucking deep dive on that shit. And Wolfgrad, that is a terrible joke. Air Dragon says they would have to make a trade secrets claim. Ooh. Ooh. But seriously, friends, it's fucking incredible how much information is in there. Like, seriously, it's... And the thing is, it's the English presentation of the Japanese Sega Sammy one as well. Um, I just want to see what's fun and spicy. Because we are getting some Gundam building, so that's the thing. I wonder if this is a thing you want to do today, or if you want to do this on Tuesday and go like super in detail. Like, that is my question is: did we know about Sonic Rumble and Persona 5 Phantom X? Because I think we did. And DJ Coil, Watto, and welcome. Cheers, friend. So not sure about Persona 5. They confirmed the Persona 4 remake, yeah, which got leaked by the voice actor who got snubbed, which made me laugh. Because the thing is, like I said, we've got John joining us in about like 10 or 15 minutes, all right? And John has a wealth of knowledge, even like taking off their official hat. John's a fucking ledge. We became friends over a discussion in a faux British restaurant around PAX on the subject of the queer coding of Gundam Barbatus. And it's kind of like there's so much happening together. Okay, Dragon. Okay. Well, then how about we break it down on Tuesday? Because there's a lot of useful knowledge here of like, it's rare that we get to see an inside look into a current publisher's thinking and strategy. No, Wraith, I know what you said. I know what you're saying, but the restaurant in question, Elephant and Castle, is like, it's an American idea of what a British. It's not even like a British pub, like a British restaurant would be. Like, there's a fucking phone box outside. It's called the Elephant and Castle. Their Sunday roast is mid, but it'll heal, and it scratches a kind of like a home itch, because the Yorkshire puddings don't suck. But yeah, it's fucking funny, dude. Because like there are like every town in the world has an Irish pub. That's its own beast. There are British pubs in and around the Seattle region, which are usually just a bar with some trappings. There are a couple of authentic British pubs, like so much so that I was worried I'd time traveled. But this is a whole nother thing. But yeah, no, jumping back to the Sega stuff, like, they have a list of what IPs they want to work with, including Sakamoto Days, Baki Hanma, Lupin the Third, Dr. Stone. Did we know about Angry Birds the Movie 3? I guess we did. There's not too much stuff on my old alma mater, Total War nonsense. Only that Total Warhammer sold really good. God. Okay. So yeah, I tell you what, friends, we'll do Deep Dive Tuesday. Wraith, nothing about that specifically. Like, honestly, it's Sega Sammy, so, like, half the presentation is, like, gambling machines, pachinko machines, online gambling shit. You know, there are some sales figures of titles, but honestly, like, both Total War and Football Manager just kind of get mentioned. So, this is definitely like a high-level company-wide setup. I'm trying to find the one where they actually, like, quote sales figures. And the thing is, like, I don't dislike Sega. You know, I was definitely burnt out when I left CA, and I was a little bitter for a while, but, like, you know, I don't want my homies to fail. I don't wish any ill on any of the Sega stuff. It's incredible to get this much info. So Sonic X Shadow Generations did 2.3 million units. Metaphor did 2 million units. And there was one that listed all the Yakuza titles. Sonic 3, the movie, made almost $500 million at box office. Like, holy shit. Yeah, they're real cagey about the what's going on with Sega Europe. In fact, there's only little, like, regrowth of the European business. God, this shit's wild. Okay. So yeah, we'll do a deep dive on that stuff on Tuesday. And hey, it struck me we haven't gone back to the archive of old E3s. Because that was really fun when we did that. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Wraith, in the document, they go hard on, like, restating how big a franchise Football Manager is, you know, yearly players, that kind of shit. Because, like, I want to show you all, but I also want to translate the corpo speak. Because, God, it's fascinating. Wait, Unholy Glee, which demo are you rinsing? Sorry, let me take a breath. You have to understand, if you are new here, I fucking love this. Like, deconstructing these kind of presentations, understanding how giant publishers actually move and actually make choices. Not in that, like, you know, YouTubian dickhead way of like, oh no, like, actually knowing how these things move fascinates me to no end. Sega is probably one of the most interesting to research because, like, it's now very, very well documented, but during the 90s, Sega basically went through a civil war. Sega of Japan and Sega of America weren't two halves of a united company. They were two sides fucking fighting each other. The 32X versus the Sega Saturn was a war on two fronts, right? And it's so amazing to learn about it. Like, modern Sega is genuinely fascinating because to understand these things and how they move understands how large games get funded and created and choices that are made, you know? It's so much more valuable than, say, like, sitting down and analyzing, why does Death Stranding make us feel things? Because, I mean, cool. I'm sure it's going to be great. I'm sure Death Stranding 2 is going to be a ton of fun. Very little of it is applicable and useful to us. Because how do you make a Death Stranding? Well, you have a weird and strange career at Konami during their height to success, but you also have to be just ignored enough that you're left to do your own weirdness on a tiny budget, thus creating a multi-decade long career. You know, you can't make a Death Stranding tomorrow. That's why I tend to focus on deconstructing indie games, what you can make. You know, the game that we played yesterday, And again, I do apologize that with Pale Abyss, like, I managed 2 hours and then completely crapped out. Like, I literally ate beans with bread in bed, fell the fuck asleep. Not even joking.
Baloney, we all know that the publishers and the developers are one and the same. The devs make all the monetization decisions, and multiplayer/VR/cross-platform are all drop-downs in Unreal Engine. You can't...
Yeah, Bacon, you with your 200 bits, you've seen to the center of the matrix. I'm actually being paid by Big Publish to convince you all that it's way more complicated. It literally, we just push a button that says make game. We've been doing that since like 2004. I'm sorry, you had to find out this way. Okay. Yeah, Dave Big Publish. Okay. Well, it's just because the thing is, you see companies like EA, and it can be hard to understand like why an entity that should be working together to make good games and succeed doesn't. And that's because they're huge organizations with like factions and nations battling each other. You know, we talk a lot. Everyone talks a lot about Titanfall. And why does Titanfall get shit on? Because somebody's got fucking beef with somebody else, and faction lines are formed. Somebody within EA wants, like, Titanfall to eat shit. I can't prove that, and I won't be able to for years, but I know it in my heart of hearts. Do we need a grand strategy game that takes place in a big publisher? We could. The visualization of it would be very interesting. There's a game out at the moment, wait, is it just the demo or is it the full game? Called Hollywood Animal, which is not the movies, but it's about the old, like, Hollywood studio system. And it's basically like a grand strategy game masquerading as a game about the movies. I'd love to do something like that. But the thing about making a game about games is that it's so inside baseball that your market is very small. And you have to start back in the yaw, because if a game takes 2 to 3 years to make, and you start making about modern games now, in 3 years' time, probably not gonna, you know, the references won't land. But you could definitely do one about big publishers in the 90s and shit like that. Maybe into the 2000s at this point. All right, Mental Monk, congratulations on your first. Have a good sleep. And yeah, we're gonna damn those guns. I should probably tell. The internet that we're doing it. But anyway, I genuinely love talking about like these publisher interactions, because I found them fascinating when I was dev side, right? I found the different movements and strategies, you know, because the thing, as a fan of Sonic growing up, the thing I found really strange is that why was the quality of Sonic titles going down, but they continued to publish them? And Sonic makes money on licensing. Like, if Sonic X Shadow Generations is a good game or a bad game, it'll sell fine. But what a Sonic the Hedgehog licensing deal does, based on that 90s IP, completely outshadows any number of sales. Sonic Boom was a huge financial success. Sonic Boom the game was probably one of the worst they put out, because the team were under such a strict deadline to meet the publishing deals that had been decided at an IP level. Okay. I think we're ready to start building some Gundams, friends. I think we're ready. And I get to introduce you to my friend. Now, do let me know how the audio mix is going to be, because audio shit got completely thrown out of whack for this one. So yeah, I have a cool friend to introduce you to. We've got a cool Gundam to start building. This is going to be a really good day. This is going to be a really good day. Okay. Oh, and friends, if you are doing a build along, please do throw photos up in either Creation Celebration or No Grey November. Raven, make sure to file off the edges when you get the parts out of the sprue. Don't cut yourself with a knife. Actually, I should get my my kit box. Bonio, you're in the way. Why are you looking like this? Actually, Bonio's going on the couch. Sorry, mate. Bonio! Wilson! Oh, Slugcat's down! For those of you who are new here, so this was my favorite little creation. I'll show you in a second. But basically, I made a mobile, like, Gundam toolkit. I saw one of these on sale during like a deal day, and so I have all my tools and glues and inks all in here, and it makes my life so much easier, friends. You can't even know. All right, let's get our guest on. Let's start building some fucking Gundams, yo. Okay. All right. All right, let's go. Hello, hello?
Hey, Will, can you hear me?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
I can.
Lovely. And people of the Longship, can you hear our wonderful guest? Can you hear the guest we have? No, you do not have to sing them a song.
Sing a song. Oh, geez. I am... Shark fact. I can do a shark fact. Sharks are super rad. Sorry, I'm coming up with it.
I am entirely fine if you have no shark facts.
I'm sneakily Googling on the side. Each whale shark's spot pattern is unique as a human's fingerprint.
Ooh.
There you go.
Didn't actually know that one. I'm still violently terrified of sharks, and they've been making me read out shark facts from a book.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Okay, and let's see if your view is coming through. Yay!
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands!
You can see my disembodied hands on the, so apologies. It's either this or nothing. I do not have a streaming setup of any kind. Hopefully the focus isn't too bad.
No, it's all good. I mean, mine's not much better. Mine is a webcam on a wobbly arm. So yeah. Okay. So, friends, Longshipians, glorious miscreants, and Gundam pilots, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce you to my good friend John, who has been a games industry survivor for a squillion years and is currently over at Bandai Namco, not representing them officially today, obviously, but in terms of industry knowledge and love of giant robots.
Yes, thank you. Again, I'm here as a fan of games, giant robots, and Will Overguard, so super stoked for this. Unfortunately, I do like my job and do want to keep it, so there's not a lot of secrets I can divulge, but absolutely glad to have industry chats.
Sadly, we won't be discussing the Gundam smooching game. I'm sorry about that.
Oh no. It begins.
I'm just saying, you take the mechanics of Date Everything and you add it to like any Gundam game, and you've got a winner. You got a winner. Yeah. See, this is how you know this lot actually know me, because Raid's like, yeah, 2 and 3 of those things are fine. Fred like, ew, Will Overguard. I'm not sure that person.
Amazing. Well, thank you, everyone in chat, for having me here, and I will try as best as I can to answer any questions you can. Something that sounds like a secret but isn't, I will go with the old PR standby that we do not pay for game reviews. That is, at least as far as I'm concerned, has never happened to me or anyone I know. And
dude, that shit stopped when Virgin Interactive stopped doing shit. Now, there was the whole thing with I forget which outlet it was for the whole Kane and Lynch thing, but that was the last instance of it that I can remember.
GameSpot.
Yeah.
Gerstmann Gate.
Set off a whole chain of events. But, like, for those who don't know, like, back in the Virgin Interactive days, like, games and games journalism was the same as, like, model trains journalism. You were paid by a magazine to sell games. Maybe tear them apart, what have you. And Virgin Interactive would give people a little packet of money and some drugs and say, I need you to review GameSpot like it's Cool Spot, like it's the greatest game that has ever come out. And you'd go, all right. In case you're wondering why Cool Spot's Metacritic is so high.
Cool Spot, my god.
Yeah, I speak the old memes.
Are we doing this? Are you gonna...
Yeah.
I'm, like, slowly teasing unboxings here.
I will say I started to ink some of mine, but I didn't get it all done beforehand. So you're ahead of me.
All I've done so far is just remove the runners from the plastic bags because I hate the unholy crinkling it makes.
I probably should have done the same as well.
It's okay.
But I need to start with a thank you. So, friends, this kit was actually a gift from John as a congrats on 7 years of streaming present. And that's so lovely of you, mate.
Absolutely. This just seems so cool for us. And I've never built an MGSD, but I've always been intrigued by the lines. I love the looks of the SD. There's been a minute, but some people in my local Gundam group, which sounds way nerdier than it should, I saw them starting to build one of those HG gems with a SD head, and you're like, that looks amazing, like absolutely amazing. And then I think that kind of caught on. So I really love this style where they've, just injected new life into the SD line, which I love.
I mean, the SD line is usually my emotional support line. Same with the entry grades.
Yes.
I'm brain dead, but I want to make something. Life's gotten on top of me. I need like a pint of wine.
So I am of the, with the fun of work and family stuff and all kinds of things like ADHD, I am sorely guilty of half-built kits just everywhere. Like here's a half-built SD white glint that I need to finish at some point. And the SD line and those HGs, it's this, you don't have to worry about painting it. You don't have to worry about decals. You just get it done to get it done, and it's lovely. It scratches that itch.
No, they can absolutely. I had a clever point and it dropped out of my head.
That happens.
Just before we get started, so for those of you watching, how many of you have kits or projects that you are also working on? I'd love to know what you all are up to. Because I've invited everybody to kind of do like a craft along with us.
Oh, I love it.
I've
just noticed that this has come with stickers and not water slides. So now it's time. Now it's time to look and see where we can get water slides from.
Right. Look, I'm not snobby about many things when it comes to Gundam building, but stickers, no. We do decals in this house.
Yes, I've tried the dry rub transfers, but I do not like them. I get too frustrated and give up too quickly. They always tear, and it makes me sad.
The results are good with the dry rub. Oh, sorry, for those of you watching, so the 3 kinds of ways you can put stuff onto your Gundam. So you have stickers, self-explanatory. You have decals, which are usually water slide. Same as you get with like Warhammer or stuff like that. Soak it in water, pop it one where it needs to be, job's good. But there's a third kind, it's like the dry transfer or dry rub or what have you, where you kind of scratch the back of it with a coin while holding it on the plastic, and it can look good if everything goes well.
Big if.
I got 2, maybe 3 of them to work for my F91, but the rest of it was a fucking disaster. So, yeah, I just go water slide or nothing.
Yep, pretty much.
And you can use the leftovers for nail art.
I've been sucked into the Warhammer black hole as well. So
you fool!
I know, it's so bad. But also I have piles of unpainted, half-built Warhammer too, so I'm fully in it. But I have taken to hand-painting Gundam details now. You know, just like, I'm not bothering with eye stickers anymore. I'm just gonna put on a chrome base, and then we're just gonna paint over a little bit of transparent. It's gonna be fine.
Hells yeah. So another Gundam friend and also our very own, I believe Vanderbeest, have got me into painting BattleTech minis. I've still got 2 Warhammer minis to paint from like a previous promotion, because I've been included in the Warhammer Skulls influencer list, which has been lovely.
Amazing.
Yeah. But 1, they keep sending me cuddly toys as part of it, which I love. But 2, the boxes for the little influencer kits are so well put together. Like, they are the best.
Interesting.
So every time I've been moving house, they're like my gold dust.
I might have to see if you could send me a picture of those. I do love putting together those kind of kitty boxy things for press and stuff, and I am always intrigued by a really nice, high quality mailer like that.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the things, we've talked about this on the long ship, but I don't know if anybody else talks about it. It's like, doing PR for a video game is work, but there are some fun and creative sides to it that no one appreciates. And press kits, those kind of physical press kits, are definitely one of them.
Yeah, they're it's a lot of time and work that goes into them, but it's really nice when everything kind of shapes out.
Yeah. Although I will say, one of my personal favorites to talk about is still the ones from Bulletstorm.
Is that the one where they shipped out meat?
No, that's the one where they shipped out a tiny miniature suitcase and a magnifying glass, and on the suitcase, and on the bottle of aspirin, because all the other bottles in the case were all alcohol, and on the bottle of aspirin was a tiny URL that took you to the proper press kit, because they did a parody of Halo 3's diorama as their main marketing asset.
Oh no.
Yeah, I love shit like that.
I can't remember what game it was. I remember seeing someone ship out it was literally like a grocery store pack of meat with bits of hair, shell casings, and other viscera into it. I really think it was Bulletstorm.
God, if not Bulletstorm, I don't know who. And I always love talking about, now, for legal reasons, I do not believe that any of the people at Electronic Arts' PR department in the 2000s were actually doing illegal substances, and we do not condone the use of illegal substances on Twitch.television. But I will continue to refer to them as the cocaine years of EA.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, I'm talking Sin to Win, I'm talking where they put a bunch of copies of Red Faction in a car and chained a sledgehammer to it and just fucking left it in the middle of a city. Like,
What?
oh yeah, it was.
Oh my god.
Someone
Madness.
at EA was just left to their own devices, and boy howdy, did they make it fucking wild. Okay, I need A, B, C, D1, E, and H.
Yes. Oh. E is this sparkly silver one.
Oh,
Actually, very solid silver.
see, I feel like these are going to be internal bits, but I kind of wonder if I should have inked this. Can always come back to it.
Yeah, that's what I always tell myself too.
Yeah. Because I haven't inked all of the wing pieces, but I also don't think I'll... I don't know if we'll get to the wings today. Because this is still a... Yeah, it's still a master grade. Oh, and C is the blue as well. Love to see it.
I picked these up my last trip to Japan, and these are these weird... I saw them on Instagram, but they have a angled tip cutter. It's really odd. I think these are from Hasegawa? Yes,
Nice.
Hasegawa. And it's still, I don't know why, but it's now my new go-to. I love it.
Fuck yeah. I'm still rocking, like, my my duo. I've got my Tamiya day-to-days for everything, and I've got me God Hands.
I mean, you can't go wrong with God Hands. That's my backup as well. Not backup, my fine finishing one.
But yeah, my superstar one is definitely my. I even keep this in the package. I got one of the razor gate removers.
Ah! Ta-da!
Hey! Save Rachel! I knew you were a gentleman of taste.
Ah, thank you. I couldn't say no to their lovely packaging and complete lack of marketing or whatever, but I saw it and I'm like, yep, I gotta have that. And they're like, no, it's the same as buying just a glass file from Amazon for like $3, which it probably is, but shiny and expensive. And a good size too.
I've tried some of the budget glass files, and they're just not as good.
Yeah, this especially the two after they got past that first stage, they just decimate nubs.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know why I'm bothering with this thing. I think it's pretty good to go, but I mean, anyways.
And, sorry, I'm just hunting for, I think, H now. Oh, I'm literally holding it. So, A, B, C, D1,
Among
E,
Us.
and H. I also reserve the right to make the "for the D" joke multiple times throughout today.
You have full clearance from me. That is amazing.
All right.
I don't know if I've ever gotten the chance to actually build a kit with someone, either live or not.
Huh.
So this is a new and fun experience for me.
Oh, wait, cool. Like, my girlfriend and I have been doing a couple of like small bits. I kind of threw them in the deep end because I was like, oh, this is something I'm really into, and they were like, oh, I'd like to try it. And I was looking around at like a kit, and they pointed at the 00 Trans Am Gundam, the one with the sparkly plastic.
Ooh, yes, the pinkish.
Oh yeah. Which, like, the core base of it is a nice, calm build, and then you get to the accessories, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
It officially goes from "this was lovely" to "buckle up, Buttercup" in the space of like 2 seconds.
Now, my go-to, if anyone ever asks me, like, I've never built a Gundam model in my life, what should I start with? My go-to recommendation has, and to this day will be the MG Jesta.
Ooh,
that is
good choice.
There's a reason that the phrase Jesta is Besta exists, and it's because the Jesta is indeed Besta.
I will point anyone towards any of the mechanical 100s because they're the most logical. Like, you build the skeleton and then you build the armor. If you've never done it before, it's a really good jumping off point.
True.
Okay.
I think actually one of my favorite kits is one of the RE100s. It's the it's gonna. Is it the Gerbera? Gundam Gerbera? It's got these weird. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, that's gonna be the one that haunts you.
Yep, that's how it goes. I like how big this head is. Again, the joys of the MGSD line or the SD lines. Big heads.
Big heads, big details. And H3. Oh yeah.
Why do I feel like I've already screwed this up? Three pieces out or 3 pieces in, and I've already missed a step. Wonderful.
All the Remechanic series are ones I fucking love. The only one that I think I detest is currently the full armor because of those fucking heat covers.
The Thunderbolt?
Mm-hmm.
I've got the full armor Ver-Ka, or Ver-Ka, and yeah, I've heard awful things about those as well. I've done something similar on the weird Bandai Patlabor, with the wonky
nice.
feet, but it has the same kind of crinkly wrap on the arms, and that is such a fiddly beast to make look good.
Right. But you can't do it without, which is what I was attempting to do. Attempting to kind of gain my freedom away from it, but no.
No.
So
Alas.
Gundam fans are eating fucking good for a change.
I mean, they deserve it. But yes, hopefully, assuming you're referring to G-Quarks?
Yeah.
God, it's...
I'm still a couple episodes behind. Just
okay.
I had a lot of real life stuff happen the last couple of weeks, so it's been I've been catching up. But I finally got to the oh shit, they weren't fucking around. Like this isn't FLCL, this is Evangelion type shit.
Oh yeah, that's that's I think it was probably 3 or 4 episodes ago where I'm like, oh yep, this one's got the juice. This one's
because I loved it.
I'm in it to win it.
I went to see the screening of the first 3 episodes in the cinema, which was really good.
Fun.
And for those of you who have been watching G-Quacks on streaming services, in the movie it starts with the flashback episode with Char, and then goes into like modern day, and I think that worked really well.
And then it's like the second or third episode before it gets back to or they do the flashback, I think, in the for the streaming. That makes sense.
But on streaming, you get that first scene, which is literally a recreation of the the moped from FLCL, and I was like, "Fuck yes!" They know who's paying attention.
So let's see. How am I gonna put this delicately? Sorry, let me just ask you point blank. What episode have you watched up through?
I just hung out with the Psycho Gundam.
Okay, all right. So yes, and you've gotten to the point where I believe the Zek Nova has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So my theory on that is Shuji and the Red Gundam have gone back to an alternate universe with Kanchi, the little his little robot, to inhabit a cherry red Gibson 1961 Gibson EV0. And that's going to be our crossover tie-in.
There we go.
I do love some Fooly Cooly. That was the show of shows for my younger formative years.
Oh, dude, you don't even know. So, I'm working on something at the moment, essentially like a side project, a YouTube channel, because I've been wanting to make longer videos. I used to do it for work. I love streaming, don't get me wrong, but, I have that craving to kind of like sit down and make something. And when I was a kid, I was trying to film a show, and it literally called it Never Knows Best, based off that one cigarette from that one fucking frame.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say I was a fan. I would say that I let it shape my entire personality.
I mean, we've all been there. We've all
Yeah.
been there. Whomst among us could not say the same.
Indeed. So jumping back into chat. So a couple years back, Caffeine was staying with us over Christmas with a few other people. So what I did is I bought a fuckload of entry grade kits. And whilst Fiona was cooking Christmas dinner and there wasn't really much to be doing, I was like, hey, who wants to just build a little kit? And it was really wholesome. Because, like, New Type had a sale on. I should say, I am not sponsored by New Type. I wish they would sponsor me. I wish they'd acknowledge me. Notice me, New Type Senpai. I would love them to pay to sponsor me. That would be the best. But, they had a sale going on, so I just bought a fuckload of entry grade kits. And, when they're like $4 and $5 a piece, it's fucking great.
You don't care about what happens to them. It's just, this is my practice kit. I'm gonna try this stupid technique I saw on YouTube.
Well, and also, like, for folks who haven't built stuff before, who might be a little nervous or something, like, they can just do it,
Yeah.
I'm trying a new runner holder, and it's not perfect, I'll be honest with you. It was only a couple bucks.
Oh, I keep telling myself I'm gonna 3D print something to finish that, but I never do. I just leave them all in the box. I don't even leave them in alphabetical order. I just throw them willy-nilly and tell myself that I'm going to remember it.
I am trying to be better about doing that, because usually I develop what I would call crazy man system, where like each of the pieces has a different spot on my desk. It's not in alphabetical order, but it's like, oh no, that's where B Runner lives. That's his house.
Exactly. Whose house?
B Runner's
B's
house. Let's get some smooth jams by the pool. I think that's the vibe for today.
I'd say I was lurking on your stream when you first started, and you had some really nice like 90s era Toonami, that breakbeat Gundam Wing promo vibe going on.
I've been going through a phase the last like year and change. I call it like emotional support Dreamcast music, because that's what it feels like. It's like, it's a warm summer night. You've just put on some strange Japanese racing game. Like, that's the vibe.
I don't even know who publishes this game, but I was literally last night just thinking about how great the I was playing Super Mario World, Mario Kart World, and thinking this needs a system like Midnight Club.
Yeah,
and that would just be amazing.
Well, Genki just released a game under their own, like self-published, on the because it was Tokyo Highway Challenge in Europe. I forget what it's called out here, and it's good. Like, just racing around the Tokyo Ring Road, challenging people, like peak melodrama. Oh man, these little eyepieces. Oh,
yeah, I'm stuck on the same bit, and it is so fiddly.
Well, nothing worth doing's ever easy.
I saw someone in your chat who said can't build model kits because they're not coordinated enough. I was gonna say, oh no, I'm sure there's so many kits out there you can find something to start with. But
but I think
don't pay attention to us fiddling with these little lenses.
We're a cautionary tale, but I think it's Sir Hans Wolf just got back from work, so it's like hands no working, kind of tired.
Ah, I gotcha.
I don't know why I keep trying to stack these up. This was a fool's errand. Fine. You live over here now. The system has already broken down.
It's just evolving to its new form.
Yeah. Well, so actually, Fred, I do have a Gundam Bits box. I just haven't started any projects with it. I probably have more than enough to build like several Gundams over. Ooh, hang on. Peace. I just haven't started yet,
So this note in the manual where it says, please cut out cleanly, it is not joking around. I think I need to file this piece down better. And everyone can see this thing hopelessly pop out of my hands over and over.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fiddly.
And little fire, Watto, and welcome. I was just talking about you. I was just telling John how you did the Trans Am 00 Gundam as your first build, which is a lovely build until you get to all the accessories. Okay, now we're good.
What's been one of your favorite kits to build, Will? Out of curiosity. For science.
My favoriteest, I had the most fun. Probably still Barbatus, mechanical. I could happily sit down and build that many times over. Because I did the Master Grade version 3 of the Mac Daddy, the RX-78, and I didn't enjoy the process, but I adored the results, you know?
Interesting.
And no joke, the Tepig Pokemon kit. It's always a good time.
Those Pokemon kits are great.
He's just happy to be there.
I've gotten a couple of those for my daughter, and she'll just Saturday morning she'll watch cartoons and build one, and it's just perfect.
Oh shit! Yeah, they're not kidding about these fucking eyepieces. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Have I been playing this in backwards? I probably have. All right, come on. Come on. You can do it.
Sorry, just looking back into chat, and Fred's giving me heck. Basically, so this week was a wild one. I did the thing that folks many times have done before, which is I had dental pain, I ignored it, and I paid for it.
Don't do that.
I got it. I went into the dentist on Monday. It was supposed to all get fixed on Tuesday. It hasn't. It's getting fixed in a couple weeks. But because I had some procedures done on Tuesday, Little Fire bought a fake ginger beard and pretended to be me for a stream so I could just sleep behind, and I did.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, and it was super fucking lovely of them. However, this has led to the rise of what's been called Premium Will. Which I think is super funny. However,
God, this.
Something tells me that I will not be allowed to forget this for a very long time. Finn, you fiddly piece of shit!
I am.
Are we falling at the first fucking hurdle?
We are.
Friends, the bit we're struggling on. So here is part 1. We are on part 2 of first page, and my fingies hurt. Okay, no.
Nah, this Gundam Wing is dangerously close to becoming a pirate Gundam Wing with an eye patch.
Well, okay. One of the things that always I have to tell people, especially people who come from Warhammer, is it's your Gundam. However it turns out in the end is yours, right?
Oh, yeah.
Paint it with nail varnish. Ink it, don't ink it. Miss pieces. It's yours.
Gunpla is freedom.
Gunpla is freedom. And I know that marketing thing came from the idea of just trying to sell more toys. But just like the death of Optimus Prime in Transformers the movie, it hits true. You know, this isn't a definitive guide, this is what you want from it. Like how you don't need to have seen the show to build the kit. You know?
Yeah.
You go into Warhammer circles and you're like, oh, I like so-and-so. There may be someone who's gonna actually the shit out of you.
I'm gonna have to call you on your pinned message. Believe you've done a double hate crime to
I haven't
for
done
this. Was that not the Scottish accent?
That was not the Scottish voice.
Okay.
But you know, thank you for holding me in check.
Wait, it's just trying to look out for her.
The eyes go in from the back first. Okay.
No, it's from the front.
Is it?
Yeah.
I get the fucking tweezers on this one.
Yep, I'm already there. The tweezers
yeah.
are not helping. I regret to inform you, the tweezers are not
It
helping.
can be hard to tell when Will is trying to do a Scottish accent, since his Scottish accent is so bad.
I don't know if you saw that one, but apparently it's hard to tell because my Scottish is so bad, it's hard for them to tell the difference. God, I feel like this is a bit from Snatch where we're trying to like match the fucking gemstones or some shit. Okay. Okay. Just make sure I've got it the right way up. Alright. Usually this level of frustration for me is when the knees kick in, you know?
This is me and weapons. I cannot stand the, once you get done with a kit and you're like, oh, let's check out what weapons I need to put together, and then you see what the entire list of everything, and you're just like,
yeah.
no, thank you.
Again, that's what happened to Little
I got
Fire.
it. Oh my god, I got it.
Was it from the front?
It was from the front.
Okay, that's precious gemstones, this.
Victory. Whoa. Ta-da. Focus. Focus. It's there. We're done. Vanda Beast is asking if they can buy skins for freemium, Will, but I was told this was a no microtransactions stream, so...
No, that was a misprint. It says, no microtransactions, question mark. Buy skins,
No.
exclamation mark.
No, comma, microtransactions.
Okay, joking aside though, taking Twitch's monetization into consideration, I am literally the free-to-play Will. Buy your season pass now. Speaking of which, I did not expect I was going to get into the Gundam, the SD Gundam mobile game.
I have been playing a lot of that.
It's good.
It is. It's become one of those things that it just slipped into my routine so easily. It's like, wake up, do your dailies, do the mission thing. Oh, look, new mission or a new event going on. Got to do that.
I'm actually having fun with it.
Yeah. I very much enjoy it as a mobile game, and it's not overly complex, but it's not like just sitting there and watching number go up like a idle game or anything.
Mm-hmm. So I will say it has one of the most exhaustively painful tutorials. Like, getting into it took a long time. Like, I think it took me 3 tries to clear that early bullshit, but once I did, like, it was fucking brilliant. So yeah, with tooth pain nonsense and stuff like that, it's come to me at a perfect time. Fucking eyes!
Hard to argue.
I'm losing my shit here, dude.
Going back with the second and third pass to get it real tiny helps.
Okay. All right.
This is another impulse purchase that I got in Japan. It's it's a carbon fiber stick, and there's a set of 3 of them of different widths, and you can affix sticky sandpaper to them.
Oh, easy.
And that's been helpful.
Bits are the premium currency in the season
Of varying
passes
grits,
of the
and these are
subscriptions.
great.
This fits with the
makes
yet to
this.
be seen sexy Roman
Hobby
premium
Mie.
cosmetic D.
Ooh.
Hobby Mio.
So I'm just gonna say this now to everybody watching. This is not a good stream to help you save money. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
Like, this is not gonna fiscally help. All right. I'm just making sure I got the eyes in the right spaces.
Yes, it was that last trip where I found that 5-star stories thing for you. That was, I don't know why, that just jumped out to me and said, this is perfect.
No, it
for
looks
Will.
really fucking cool. Once I've done eyeball face, I'll show, because the other kit that John super kindly sent along, also the Gundam Breaker special, the 80s water cooler cup Gundam, which I can't wait to put together. Because what was really funny is I literally was showing that kit to again to Littlefire, because they've been stuck indoors with me quite. Oh, first eyeball is in! Yes!
Yes. Success.
All right.
They were not joking around when they say cut it cleanly.
Yeah. But yeah, I was literally showing that one to Littlefire. Hang on, I know I'm slowing this whole process down. I'm gonna ink the details behind the eye now.
Ah. Oh, okay. The
Yeah.
panel liner.
Yeah.
Can I ask you this? Have
Go
you
on.
ever tried making your own panel liner?
No.
It is it's a interesting process. Fairly easy. And this is a Warhammer technique I picked up, but you can get the
Oh shit, so you've been making panel liner like most people make like ink washes.
yeah. It works the same. And if you use the oil paints with the mineral spirits, you can even
I do need to jump back though because Bacon threw in bits to point out that yeah, there's the season pass subscriptions, and there's the sexy Roman outfit. I owe them a stream of one of those like Spirit Halloween sexy Roman costumes, which I will have to do at some point.
amazing.
Yeah.
Ooh. Here we go. Nope. Wrong one.
Vanderby says oil washers look OP. Haven't tried them myself yet. Wait, you haven't? I just thought you were. So Vanderbeest is a BattleTech specialist, and their builds their paint jobs look so fucking good.
I found oil washes to be super awesome. I am not a great painter. I am not a great model builder, but I do like messing around with new techniques, which is part of the reason that I spend so long building kits.
Sorry to interrupt. Littlefire,
Yeah.
have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for popping in. Please don't die of heat stroke. I'm kind of invested in you not being dead. Please. And to be continued.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying, friend.
A couple YouTube videos on doing them, or oil painting for Warhammer, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's basically just panel liner. So a little bit of oil paint, a little bit of your this is white spirit. Get the consistency right.
Ah, beautiful. It's done. Alright, just clean my thingy marks off the back of it before I lose my shit.
If you are using white spirit, make sure you're in a nice, well ventilated area.
Yes. See, I was getting really into airbrushing, but just to try out new techniques and experiment with it. I was really enjoying that.
Here we go. Nice, nice watery consistency. Should be able to.
Okay.
Oh, here's the awful question. Can I pry off his eyeballs without losing the lenses?
Oh, good luck, mate. Good luck. I've got mine in. Come on, camera. Play with me here. There we go. Details behind the eyes. Inked.
Oh, well done. But the nice thing about using the oils for your washes is you can mess around with the color. So this one is called Starship Filth, and I am such a sucker for things like that. But it's a really great.
People were asking me earlier what my disappointing dad DJ name would be. DJ Starfilth. Coming to you live from a kid's birthday party. It's DJ Starfilth. Ugh. So for simple chaos, you fuck. We're reading shark facts. If a prey is too big to eat in one bite, sharks will bite down on it and shake its head back and forth to rip off a piece. Fucking thanks for that. Bastards. bastards! Okay. Boop. Oh, wait, no. No! For fuck's sake. I reserve the right to disable shark bags today. Fucking bellends. Bottom feeder sharks use their thick, flattened teeth to feed on shellfish and sea urchins. Ugh, that page is so horrifying. Okay, so now we actually get to start building some more proper pieces. Now, do I need to ink these details? Maybe? I'll ink them first. So, congratulations on Night Rain launch.
Oh, thank you.
We have been playing it. Well, so I've been playing it every Thursday. My squad de la homies have been binging it hard.
Excellent.
It's so good, dude.
Have you tried the new gaping jaw yet?
No, I just made it to my first attempt at the Night Lord.
Ah.
You don't need a prize for guessing how that went. I was not ready.
No. Oh no.
Yeah. But both Virals and Saren, who I'm playing with, are very good. So they've kind of been, what's the term, babysitting me. Like, look, I'm not good at Soulsian games. My power is friendship, and I fully utilize it.
I'm of the same. I wish I were better at the Dark Souls games, but my patience wears too thin too quickly.
See, that's the thing. The thing that I can do is I am patient. See, also fucking stubborn. So where I'm not good, I will not let them beat me. I will not let them have the satisfaction.
So what I mean by patience is, and I should point out, I put in 200, 300 plus hours to Elden Ring.
Once again, I knew you were a gentleman of taste. It's lovely to have it confirmed.
It's just, back when the OG Ninja Gaiden came out for Xbox, and it's like, what do you mean I can't just go up and wail on the boss and win? That's how video games should be. It's the whole, waiting for them and striking at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it. That part is very challenging for me, but it's also why I'm such a huge fan of Armored Core. Armored Core 6 was my first Armored Core. I now absolutely love the franchise.
Armored Core 6 is really good.
It has an amazing story, but it's just the whole, the speed of it clicks with me a lot more than the careful, methodical approach you have to take to something like an Elden Ring.
It does a much better job of gently ramping up the chaos, because my favorite prior to this was For Answer. I played a lot of Armored Core. But that one is welcome to Mech Gundam School. Here's your robot. It moves like a jet fighter. You have to tweak the aerodynamics. Good luck, Chucklefuck. Win or die. Oh, and Saren, who is chilling in chat, says that we kicked the Centaur's ass. We did kick Man Knight. I managed to get a little buff where anytime I did a guard, I would spark lightning. So I could break him out of his bullshit by just shield bashing him. And I basically ruined his fucking day.
I was full on cursed against the sentient pest. For whatever reason, it took me more tries than any other boss in the game, minus the last boss, which I still haven't attempted yet because I'm kind of savoring everything. I guess I should show. Whoa. Show people what I'm doing, huh?
So far, the one that's kicked my ass the hardest is probably unlocking what's-her-face, the tiniest, angriest little girl.
Oh my god, the Revenant.
She broke me.
But the memes have been great. Look at that.
Well, so Divershi, that's the thing, is the same energy I bring to Elden Ring is the same energy I bring to Rainwell, which is fucking stubborn. Sorry, I keep moving. This is my little desktop buddy. You know, like the sad Gundam Gashpon set from Japan?
Yes.
My friend brought me back sad Zaku, kind of holding his knees.
That's amazing.
And he just sits on my little KVM every day. So now he's just kind of hanging out like a weird little tea-pet.
Moezaku.
Yeah. Little anxiety attack Zaku. Yeah.
Incredible.
And I know you can't comment on it from a business standpoint, but I just love that FromSoft have now succeeded so hard, they can go back to their, like, experimental roots without betting the farm. And I really love that for them, you know?
You always love to see it when a developer can do development work, right? Like,
Yeah.
They're not bogged down with any of the ticky-tacky stuff. But also, you know, I think it takes a lot of conviction on the staff and everybody's part for any developer to, you know, be able to stand up and say, this is the game that we want to make and we're going to make it our way. Like
Yes.
with the Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, that's truly, I mean, I'm only 2/3 of the way through it, but it's just outstandingly fantastic so far. You love to see it.
No, 100%. And I mean, we've been talking about this a lot, that, like, some of the key things that you have to do right now is you have to stand out. Like, the market is very busy. You have to bring your whole ass. And they were able to do that. Now, the thing we did find interesting was that from an industry standpoint, everyone was so desperate for it to be like a plucky, like, tiny team. Whereas actually, it's a regular sized team with funding. But it was really interesting that everyone was, like, so emotionally set on them being just, like, 30 underfunded, plucky individuals.
Yeah.
You know, the industry is really betting on, like, air quotes, the little guy right now. And I like that. And, you know, I remember the FromSoft of yore. They were the little guy. They were the hard-working, we just get it done studio, you know?
Yeah. Obviously can't say for any developer. I've heard this debate a lot, where if you're involved in publishing and marketing, anything like that, you're a developer. I personally have never felt comfortable calling myself a developer. I'm sure I wouldn't fault anyone for doing it, but I just feel like the actual development of games is something else entirely. But I love seeing what these teams can do when they're just fully focused and locked in on something and unfettered by anything. You were talking about Kojima earlier with Death Stranding, but yeah, love seeing stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a lot about it yesterday, about how he's doing his thing he always does in the marketing rounds now, where he just makes outlandish claims because they know it's going to get coverage. So, like, earlier in the week, he was like, the game was too fun, so we nerfed it. And of course, there's now a squillion articles and think pieces and shit about it. And before your game's going to come out, that's brilliant. Now, do I agree with what was said? No. Do I appreciate it as a marketing tactic? Fuck yes.
Yeah.
Though you could not pay me to work with a named character again. I'm sorry. I've done my time. They're very powerful for marketing, but working with them, no, I'm good. I'm good. Naming no names.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, but then thought better of it. I feel like getting through those islands in this has gotten us over the hump.
Yeah.
Cruising now.
Yeah, I got my chin. I got my little face. He's just look at this. He's starting to look like a proper little guy. Oh, and to those of you who just joined us, so my lovely friend John, who aside from Bandai Namco, like, where have you been at? Like, if you don't mind my asking.
Yeah, so before Bandai Namco, I worked at a Korean company called NCSoft.
Oh shit!
I worked in.
Sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah, their OC office, and I helped launch the game Fuser, which I utterly adore.
That was the mixing titles together game, right?
Yeah,
mixing songs together.
Harmonix developed it. It's really fascinating when you get into it, and a really amazing tech in there with the being able to live mix and match beats and everything, and still have it be kind of a gameplay element too. So they again, another game that was just truly just novel, I think, for folks to check out. But it was fun. It was a fun project to work on. It did come out during the pandemic. It was actually so I went to PAX East this year for Night Rain in May, and it was my first time back in Boston at PAX East since I was working on Fuser in February of 2020, the month right before lockdown.
I remember that was the last convention. Sorry, I know I've told you this, but and Crazy, what and welcome. Come on in. We're having an afternoon of crafting, or a crafternoon, as I'm calling it. The disembodied hands that you see in the upper left-hand corner is my good friend John, who has been in video games for a squillion years, and we were just talking about, everything. So, coming in, friends, coming in. Oh, I should change it to crafting and model making, shouldn't I? Is it?
Oh, this is a wild piece. What are you?
No, is it models and crafting?
Hobbies?
It's not Model Builder, the game. Art and crafts? I thought there was a Twitch category for this. Anyway, so Crazy, we've kind of just started, but honestly, this is more as an excuse to just hang out and have a natter. To the James of Games, whatto and welcome. Coming in, friend, coming in. And Wraith, Wraith was going back to the Kojima comments earlier, saying that they kind of agree with that one, and our good friend Damien, who is a game dev, preaches a lot about anti-flow, that AAA's obsession with the gameplay loop and making sure that everything is happening all the time but yet smooth is something that we should rail against rather than support. And I do like that philosophy.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Ebbs and flows with gameplay and stress and everything all makes sense.
Oh, makers and crafting is what it's called.
We are making and crafting.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is a crazy piece. I'm not sure if you're here yet, but I've just done the head. So the top head is a very long, translucent green piece that goes.
Oh no, I haven't. And actually,
like
whilst we're doing this, I should ink that top bit to give it that lovely little detail.
Yes, actually, that is a very, very good idea because it's going right in there. It's like the ending of Diablo 1, OG Diablo. Get that gem right through the forehead.
I used to have a whole skit about Diablo. Why are you surprised Diablo's here? It's called Diablo 3. Who did you think this was based on? Dave? And yeah, I do like the idea of anti-flow. It's weird because, like, Death Stranding is such a big game, but there's so much about it that still doesn't really get talked about. Like how it not only actively incentivizes you to avoid combat, but in the event that you kill somebody, you have so much extra work.
Yes.
For those of you watching along, if you haven't played Death Stranding, I won't spoil stuff, but in the event that you actually kill an NPC, you have to get their body to a crematorium. Because if you don't, it will go nuclear and redraw the map, and you will have a crater of nightmare monsters. So you have like basically a ticking time bomb for each corpse. So if you go into a camp and you kill 4 guys, you're like, haha, I'm so cool. You now have 4 nukes you have to disarm.
Yeah.
I love that shit. The only thing that's got me worried about it is their discussions about how, they built Death Stranding before lockdown, and it was the perfect lockdown game. Death Stranding 2 was begun during lockdown, and I'm a little worried as to how they're going to take that whole vibe, Because I don't want a game about the bad parts. Death Stranding was a game about hope. It was about rebuilding connection between people who had isolated themselves off. Oh, I'm sure you already know this, but for everybody at home, this is my #1 favorite thing to show people. So, this is a Gundam pen. It's the GM 300, but it's not an inking pen. This is for removing panel lining, and it's the fucking best. You get your Q-tip, get this. Find the piece you want to clean up, and you just run it over gently. What you're going to clean the excess off, like that, and then you get these beautiful clean lines. Like, I have been shithouse drunk and inked whole Gundams, and then after done this technique for cleaning them, and I've had people on fucking Instagram be like, my god, what's your secret technique to your line work? I'm like, box wine and patience.
I love it. Hang on for 1 second.
No worry. Yeah, see now, our little guy has these lovely clean lines in his face. You'd think I did that on purpose. Yeah, so I cannot recommend these enough. Pretty much, like Lance, it's my gaming strategy. What brand of box wine? So I predominantly go for a Boda box, the barrel-aged red blend. I'm enjoying the Trader Joe's box wine. However, it's giving me the ginger redneck. Some redheads get the flush face when drinking, especially as they get older. And I found the Trader Joe's wine, it gives me my neck goes bright red, and it makes me overheat quite a lot, which is great in the winter, but that's not a summer one.
I have had to completely stop drinking wine. For whatever reason, it just gives me the worst headaches.
Oh no! I mean, I know a few friends who've had that. It's like they kind of develop like not an allergy, but the tannins and shit like that start hitting you harder as you get older.
Yeah, maybe.
I got these weird cups from a gnome that they're unglazed clay, and I swear by this shit. I know this sounds like a fucking sales pitch, but I've been using these for ages, and they are so good. And they make shitey wine really nice and drinkable. Unglazed clay, I shit you not. I bought it from a guy who literally looked like a fucking gnome, and has saved me so much money. I gotta get these head details just right.
Yeah, I usually don't do panel lining until after I've fully built something. But
Okay.
when in Rome.
I mean, like I said, I did these on the sprue earlier in the week, just as preparation for today. Because again, it's just, I can sit there, watch a movie with a box of wine, and just work on it. And then no matter how sloppy the paint work, the line work gets, I clean it up when I'm actually like building it. Because that way I can see what parts will be noticed. Because I find it's harder to ink intricate pieces once they're on. Because you can't always get to the point you need to. It's just a little guy. Okay.
My toxic building trait is building in the evening in our living room with the lights where there's no good. It's very soft lighting.
Ah, yeah.
It's like, oh, this looks amazing, and then you see it in the light of day, and things take a turn.
Yeah, because I don't have great ventilation in my current apartment, which is why I haven't been doing airbrushing. And guinea pigs are very susceptible to fumes. So I have to be careful for them. But what I would do is I'd get my respirator on, I'd do my airbrushing, usually at night after all the animals had gone to bed in a couple of flats ago, and I'd be like, this looks amazing. Wake up the next morning, look at it and go, oh god, oh god.
What have I done?
What have I done?
Been there.
And Kindball, sorry you're doing battle with trains, but how was the first day of your festival partying? Kindball's out doing cool kid stuff this weekend.
Oh, what festival?
They have told me. I have forgotten because I'm a terrible friend. But
I'll pretend it's Glastonbury and you've had an amazing time. Because that's the only festival I can think of by name.
In fairness, I wouldn't be able to name it. Like, oh, we're on to E. No, you're H on E. Man,
where are you at?
I'm doing I'm doing the long horn on the details.
Yes.
It was Ghost Fest, a metal festival in Leeds.
That sounds amazing.
It really does. What piece was it? It was E2. Oh.
My battleship. Every time you say a piece, it's instantaneous response.
No, it's kind of like the blank I hardly know her. It's almost a legal requirement.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Sorry, jumping back into chat. So Lance is currently chilling with Mike's Hard Black Cherry. I think I've seen them live. And Twizzly is working on the GPO1. So.
Oh, that one's fun.
Yeah. Twizzly, just make sure to. Well, not make sure. Please throw photos in either No Grey November or Creation Celebration, so we can see how you're doing. No Grey November was an initiative my friend started, predominantly for Warhammer, with the idea that you would have no more grey minis left in November. This is obviously a fool's errand.
Yes. However, I applaud the initiative.
Yeah.
I have so many piles of grey.
Yeah.
So many.
Ooh, so for the Warhammer nerds in there, so what's your army of choice, or I should say chapter?
So I, again, am bad at Warhammer. At one point, I'm going to get an army built to actually play a game. I promise.
Oh no, playing is a whole different matter.
Currently, I have a fully completed kill team.
Ooh.
And I have chosen orcs because they're funny.
Yes, good choice.
Actually, they came out okay. I'm fairly happy with these. I have some.
And a good warg to you, Lance.
Yeah. Focusing.
Okay. Oh, sorry for interrupting. If you can bring your orcs a little closer to the camera so the lovely folks can see. And to Crazy, yes, you will see it sober next week, you beautiful Mother Hubbard.
Is the Emperor only alive because
there's
the
some
orcs
serious
believe
lighting
he
issues
is?
happening, but it's all right.
And Vershi, I like that. The idea that the Emperor is only half alive because the orcs still think he's around. The reason why the Ultramarines keep winning is because the orcs think they're lucky. Or the fact that, what's his face, the Commissar with the orc arm kept getting bigger because the orcs thought he was.
I have a coworker I've been 3D printing some base toppers for, and as a thank you, he gave me some Tempest Aquilans.
Ooh.
Another kill team. I'm like halfway done with those, and I was looking at them going, aha, clearly their mechanics and everything. I should be doing Helldivers 2, black and yellow.
Yeah.
Super democracy. But then I realized everybody's got to be doing that, and then inspiration struck, and I've decided to do. Oh god!
Oh no!
That was the sound of a bunch of orcs falling, but they're fine.
I mean, they are sturdy. That's what they're good for.
They are. But it was the. Oh my god! Why am I blanking on the show? Classic anime. Jinro, the Wolf Brigade.
Oh yes.
So a little bit of a midnight blue with some slightly tan pants.
I like how you went from fun fascist to scary fascist.
Exactly. I mean, it happens.
Oh no, I'm a huge fan. I don't have it here, but in the UK, I actually have all the other live-action movies based on Jinro. Or I should say, Cerberus Panzer Cops is like a mini universe, and there are 3. So there are 2 live-action movies and Jinro the Wolf Brigade. There's technically a 4th live-action movie, but that's a Taiwanese adaptation of Jinro rather than a new one, and it's bad. The original movie is this like art house Japanese production in black and white called The Red Spectacles, and it is fucking weird. It's Mamori Oshii when he was like a young weird student type.
Young weird students will save us all.
Hang on, I gotta look up the name of the live action film, the good one. Mamori Oshii. Oh, sorry, Mamoru Oshii. God, being dyslexic, growing up in the arse end of nowhere, and getting into anime is a fuck because you get in such bad habits for pronunciations. Because you have no one to check them with. And pre-Google Translate. Okay. Where's his filmography? Okay, here we go. Okay, why the fuck would it list his filmography and not list all of his films?
Just to fuck with you.
Just to fuck with me personally, apparently. Oh, here we go. So, the live-action film is called Stray Dog, Cerberus Panzer Cops. It's from 91. It is technically the sequel to Jinro, and it is a film that is slow as molasses until it's not. The youngest member of the Panzer Cops, because basically after the events of Jinro, the government that put them together eventually does get overthrown. And so all of the Panzer Cops they have like a last stand where they choose not to disband despite being told by the new government. We follow the youngest member who was basically sent out on an errand because they knew they were all about to get fucking killed. And it's him living in the Japanese countryside trying to come to terms with the fact that he was the only guy who didn't do that last stand, who didn't die with his comrades. And so it's this weird kind of super slow Japanese countryside summer movie, and then suddenly it pops off and it has like a fucking top tier final act. Yeah.
That sounds utterly amazing.
Fuck knows where you can even watch it now. Like, I bought a Memorioshi box set at a sale in a fucking Walmart. Sorry, a Best Buy. In the 2000s. I didn't even know it existed when I bought it. But I'm also a huge fan of his work, like outside of just Ghost in the Shell. Like, I think it's okay if I flex because I only spent, including shipping, $15 on this. So this was not like me going crazy, but I got my favorite version of Pat Labor 2 the movie on DVD.
That's amazing.
Yeah. This is the OG English language dub by Manga, and they hired some, not top tier talent, but they hired like proper actors rather than like anime voiceover people. So at times it's a bit weird, but for all of like the monologues and the big moments, like holy shit, they bring the thunder. So the modern one that you can watch on streaming services or buy the Blu-ray of is a different cast. And they're good, like they're all great performers, but you know, there's this incredible speech in it where a guy talks about how, you know, what is a just war, and like my little brain was not ready for how good that performance was when I saw it. Sorry, let's jump back because now this is just the Will monologues at you while you build a Gundam show.
Oh no, it's all good.
Okay.
My fun fact, or one of my formative bits of media growing up was again dating myself here, but in the very nascent days of Comedy Central, they presumably licensed a bunch of cheap shows from the BBC.
Okay.
Just to fill out their off hours with programming that they hadn't filled yet because they were a brand new channel.
Okay.
And one of their shows was The Young Ones.
Yes.
And my God.
The thing is, I quote that
show.
To this day. The amount of times on stream where I've done, "Don't look at me, I'm irrelevant," or my personal
Yes.
favourite, "I'm not a vampire, I'm a driving instructor from Johannesburg." I don't even care that no one else gets my references.
That's the best. I every so often I'll catch Taskmaster on YouTube and get wistful thinking of what could have been were Rick Mayall still around and in Greg Davies' role.
Yeah. I actually got to meet Rick Mayall once, and he was a fucking ledge.
Amazing.
And the thing was, I was working as a runner at a post-production house, so like, on the totem pole, sorry, not totem pole, my apologies, on the order of rank in the film industry, you can't get lower than a runner. And not only was he really cool with me, he also, I tried to deadpan with him, and he utterly destroyed me with comedy. But I took that as a great compliment.
As he should hopefully do.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
amazing. Truly amazing.
You know, he let me try, and then he let me get crushed. But, you know, if you've not worked in film and television, like, people don't treat runners good because they don't have to. And he was one of the good ones. Him and Michael Palin, both really cool. Do you want to know who was a nightmare bitch? Sharon Osbourne.
That does not surprise me.
I saw her buzz a coffee cup at a runner's head.
Oof.
Yeah.
Again, not surprising.
It's not shocking, right? Okay, E.
Oh, are you doing the little side wings?
Yeah, I'm doing the side fins now, and then the top of the head.
They look really good with a little bit this wash highlight.
They're external, so I might come back to them.
I get that. The one downside to doing the making your own panel wash is that the timer's ticking.
Oh yes.
I seen Runner C? I don't think I have.
See, I think
Again,
that if I start
the
trying
system
to do...
is broken down.
Yeah. So Wraith was just adding that Greg Davies has been very open of his worship of Rick Mayall, and they actually played father and son in a short-lived show just before Rick died.
Amazing.
That makes sense.
But yeah, there's just certain moments in Taskmaster you hear Greg Davies say something, you can hear it. I just hear it in Rick Mayall's voice, and you're just like, okay, yeah. What could have been?
Is Ed Edmondson still doing stuff? Because one thing that was really cool.
I hope so.
Because I make no secret of the fact that I genuinely enjoy using TikTok. And one of the things that TikTok keeps doing is bringing back like weird little memories of yore that I can share with people. So like, for those who don't know, at one time Rick Mayall was predominantly known for a series called Bottom. A masterclass in how juvenile humor doesn't have to have a juvenile delivery. But more so than that, they did live shows where they would tour the country, and those were like the absolute gold standard for like doing a comedy performance, quasi-scripted for an audience. And, you know, people put clips of that up on TikTok, and just being able to share that with people and be like, see, this is why these two were legends. If you haven't seen The Young Ones, friends, I do recommend it because, one, it is very funny. Two, it did more damage to British drama school teachers than any other show in history. Because it has this, like, infinite chaos vibe, but to actually pull it off, you need to be a master of your craft. But if you don't understand it, it looks like three guys running around and screaming at each other, or four. This would be emulated by school children for a million years. Thus giving several drama teachers nervous breakdowns. But I do recommend it. But the thing you have to understand is that under the BBC, Young Ones wasn't a comedy show, it was a variety show. That's how they got it on the air.
Also because it made them more money.
What? No, because the BBC is funded by tax. Well, the TV license.
Oh, I thought they said they figured out that if they called it a variety show,
it got
they
more funding allocated from the BBC because comedy and variety shows were under different budgets. Oh yeah, Wraith. Actually, that's a good point. I do remember him being in The Last Jedi. Ed Edmondson was one of the Imperial officers.
See?
Yeah.
Oh, look how good this looks.
It does look fucking cool. I got a rogue nub mark. It needs to not be there. Gonna bust out the whittling technique.
Fingernails, oddly, work very well in that capacity. But I'm a chronic fingernail biter of my own, and that creates problems.
Okay, I mean, that's as good as I'm going to get that looking. But that's way cool. Oh, so Kindball, do you mean Bottom being very male? It is. It is.
It was later, but I caught Rick Mayall in the New Statesman?
Yep.
It's a little depressing this day and age, though.
Yup.
Little too on the nose somehow.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Now, are these silver bits going to be covered?
So
Yes.
I didn't
okay.
think so, but yeah, it has a little ear flappy. You brought it up
Yeah.
earlier. We haven't talked about it yet. Did you have questions about SGF?
Yes. Let's talk about Summer Games Fest. So
I will do as best as I can to convey what I can. But
yeah. So for context of everybody watching, if you didn't see it, so we covered almost all of the Summer Games Fest showcases. I have to stop calling them conferences or press conferences because they're not. They're showcases. But the interesting thing around Summer Games Fest is how, like, oh shit, like, dude, the little ear flaps, they open up.
Yeah, they're rad. I was not expecting that.
Do I want to ink these?
Yes, you do. It looks,
Fuck, I
it
do.
looks better. And don't get the back two while you're at it.
Yeah, I'll do this one first before I. So we watched all of the main coverage. It was good. Some of it was a mess. It was very interesting to see how Keeley's main stage was actually one of the weaker elements this year. From a viewer standpoint, in terms of wish lists and like coverage, it was still huge. But in terms of what titles were there and what we saw, definitely one of the weakest of the showcases.
So I will have to
We don't know anybody who was like on the ground. You were.
I was. I have to admit, I didn't actually catch the live stream this year because I was getting set up for all of our presentations.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. I thought the PC gaming show was going to kill us again this year, but we survived. And the weird thing was, like, Microsoft did an extended look at Outer Worlds 2. They even hired Ben Schwartz? The guy who voices Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes.
But they would then do these incredibly long, like, 2000s era, like, heavily scripted dev interviews that were mostly boring as all hell. And it's like, you've spent all this money on Hollywood talent. Just let the Hollywood talent talk. Like, you know. The next developer who says, I'm excited to announce, or I'm excited to tell you, is getting a punch in their downstairs mix-up.
One of my very first agencies that I worked at for PR. The one lesson that was drilled into me was just getting rid of, like, never say excited to announce.
Right.
So every single press release or public thing that I have not once since mentioned excited to blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Because it's weird. It's nothing to speak.
Yeah. It's a nothing sandwich of a statement.
It is.
But yeah, so how was it to actually be on the ground, like, you know, demoing? What was the setup like? Like, how were the vibes? Because, like, you did E3s of yore, right?
I did many E3s. Too many E3s, perhaps.
Yeah.
I miss E3. I'm an unashamed E3 apologist. I really enjoyed the vibe you get, the, like, back from summer vibe you get when you're hanging out with all your friends in the media and elsewhere in a professional setting. It was awesome. It was a great time.
I miss seeing everybody at E3. My summer memories of E3 2015 popped up yesterday, so the long ship kind of indulged me doing like a trip down memory road. But I don't miss the Saddle Ranch at midnight, let me fucking tell you.
Which one was the Saddle Ranch?
Did your lot not... all the PRs I hung out with would always fucking, like, they would say, we're not going to Saddle Ranch. And then they would take everybody to Saddle Ranch at, like, midnight.
I don't even know what Saddle Ranch is. Is that bad?
No, you got spared. You got spared.
So I've come to terms with the fact that my partying days are over, and this is even before E3 had gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
And I realized that the goal of E3 is to find the people you want to hang out with. You grab them from whatever function you can, and you go to a much cooler, chiller bar somewhere in downtown LA where you can actually hear each other and have good conversations and good drinks. And that's it. That's like how we wound up at the that weird British Americanized imagining of a British pub.
I was telling them about that before you jumped on air. Because the thing was, like, I went to a lot of E3 parties. I still remember back when Mad Cats used to spend bank on their parties, because I got to meet Daigo Ihura, and he signed my fucking fight stick.
Nice.
Bless him, he spoke, like, barely any English, but I think my crazy-eyed enthusiasm shined through. But, like, I don't remember or really care about many of the other things that we went to. But those nights in the Figuretto, hanging out with everybody, that's the shit that I treasure.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the memories come from. Like, I don't
Ozzy, did I not tell you I met Daigo? Oh, shit. Sorry. I met Daigo. He did not speak a lot of English, and he was lovely.
Nice.
But yeah.
So yeah, I never got sucked into doing any of the parties. I think after like 2011, 2012, it's like, no, I value sleep and a clear head the next day too much to get stuck on, going to the Twitch party or the whoever party, and it's this giant rager in a club, and you're like, nope, this is far too loud for me.
Well, yeah, I was showing folks, because we did the very first PC Games showcase when they started doing those at E3. And, like, we did the event, which went on way too long, and then the venue turned into a club, but then the club started letting in randos, and, like, I got my face painted and shit like that, and it was fun, but there's this photo of me afterwards, and I've got my face painted. I think I just made like a little vlog because I was trying to keep up with that. And you could see the point where I was just like, this isn't fun. I did not just have a good time. That was work. As opposed to, you then see photos of me at the Figuretto with all the other industry, like, the industry fun people. And, like, you can see on my face I'm having the best time. Like,
yeah. No, exactly. I mean, it's always different strokes for different folks, and there's some people that need that club thing, and I'm sure it's for the right person. It's amazing, and whatever I experience at E3 or Summer Games Fest doesn't mean it's the right way to do it or even the proper way to do it. It's probably the opposite of that, actually. But
yeah. Well, I've noticed
enjoy...
teams aren't doing the big club parties anymore. A couple of people still do them at GDC, and they suck.
Interesting.
They're not good for networking. They're not good for talking to people, and they're not fun. Like in E3 of yore, GDC of yore, I got taken to back when Epic used to do a big party, and I was there with some friendos. It was a huge bar. I told Jeff Keighley to go fuck himself to his face, which I'm very proud of. Okay. Not in like a confrontational way. I saw him and was like, hey! And he's like, hey, I'm like, Keely, go fuck yourself! And he's like, hey! I guess he assumed we must know each other and have that kind of rapport. So, I gotta take my wins where I can get them.
I get it. Again, this is probably not the most popular position to take, but I do appreciate all Jeff does for the industry. And I know he's an easy target punching bag for a lot of people. I think our industry is better off with him than without him.
If it hadn't been him, it might have been someone much, much worse.
Nothing else. Jeff, I think, would go out of his way to work with people, or help out people get their break in the industry. Because I think that's what he got at this break in the industry as well. So.
He got the break in the industry from his dad. We know this because of Cybermania.
But still,
But this
again,
isn't just a shit on Jeff session. Like, obviously, I've still got beef from back in the old, like, Doritos Pope days. Like, he kind of got out of that whole era scot-free, whereas other people had their careers destroyed. But that's me bearing old grudges. Right now, he has made the new media nexus of the industry, and it could have been a lot worse, right? Like, he's used his power to launch indie games into the stratosphere on top of other things. So,
yeah, it's overall, I believe he's better for the industry, or our industry is better for him being part of it than without.
yeah. However, I will still mock him mercilessly. He has not earned immunity from piss taking. And
none of us have.
Yeah. We do occasionally watch parties of Cybermania, which I know he was only a kid, well, like teenager, early 20s when he worked on that one. It's not his project, but it's very funny. Well, so Wraith, I do... the thing is, I actually don't think that the move away from the big club parties in the industry was due to, like, cultural shifts as much as... See, for years, there's always been the whole thing of, like, why don't we have more non-drinking parties? Why don't we have more, like, alcoholic equivocants for the industry? And the thing is, we do, it's just most people aren't invited. You know, Osama, who is a lovely person, would do his ice cream social, which was one of like the few open you could sign up for non-drinking things at GDC. And GGP have been doing simultaneously a drinking event and a sober event next to each other. So one's like a board game and chill, and the other's like a literal rave. You can guess where I went. Which is really, really cool, but honestly, the move away from the big club parties is predominantly because, like, the industry shifted. You don't have to do those anymore to woo clients or potentials or what have you. Like, I don't think Microsoft stopped doing it because of the Dancing Girls scenario. I think they stopped doing those events because they don't have to anymore. They don't see a value in them. Would be my humble opinion. Like, sorry, dude. Again, I'm
Yeah.
I'm so excited to be building and hanging out with you. I am talking over you. I do apologize.
No, I'm a perpetual listener, not talker. I'm a very soft-spoken, low-key individual. But again, very glad to listen to you talk, and you have far. You may not believe me, but I promise you have far more knowledge in this industry than I do.
Drive-by bits, see in the VODs.
Yo!
There's...
Sorry to interrupt. Legend, fucking thank you. Legend just came by and dropped $10 and was like, deuces. Fucking thank you.
What a
Fucking yo.
What a legend.
Yeah, these are the folks that keep me alive. Sorry, so...
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you any of the decisions behind why they've chosen to do or not do something, and I'm sure it's as different as there are companies in this industry. But it's always back to SGF. Just SGF is, I don't remember who I heard say this, but they kind of likened it to a block party, where it's at this venue and it's just really chill. It's a little bit of an open air vibe, and publishers can either have their own kind of bespoke setup in some of these things along this area, or the actual Summer Games Fest has their own space where you can set up these little like pods or couch TVs and everything, and the publisher will have stuff there. So you can even see there's small indie games in there too.
We stripped a tree branch bare and made it into a chew
I feel
toy.
really bad.
Now
I didn't
it's no bark
really
and
get a
all
chance to
bites.
walk around much. I'm moseyed over and saw a couple friends, different companies, and I got to check out the Magic the Gathering booth a little bit, only because it was right next to the place where they were giving out coffee.
Small.
And that, and I have a ton of friends who are into big Magic fans. But yeah,
Magic the Gathering fans couldn't be us. So Akira Zero, thank you for the bits as well. And that loud gasp, one of my eyes fell out.
No.
And for a brief second, I was like, "Cool, I guess we really are doing the Pirate Gundam thing."
I mean, it's not. I think I actually have a Crossbone Gundam SD somewhere. It's not outside the realm of possibility if one of these things pops out.
Yeah, I am.
This is looking sharp. I was not expecting this to be, well, one, for this head to be this many pieces, but I'm really pleased with this so far.
No, it's looking really cool. I'm trying to get this back in, lest I have to start deconstructing it, because these little ears snap in really well.
I'm really liking the way those fit in, and like, I don't know why it has this little opening. I don't recall that from the show, but I'm about it. It looks cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, unfortunately I didn't get out too much to explore a lot of the booths. I heard there's a lot of cool activations and everything. I've seen pictures on social media, and I'm sure the same ones you've seen as well, of like the all the things that they had, and it's a nice vibe. It is great for the press aspect of E3, in the sense that all the top press are there, publishers are there,
all four of them.
Yeah. That's a story for a different time. But no,
Yeah.
it's still fairly well populated. We had appointments booked all through the week. For my stuff, we were showing off Digimon. I am super excited for that game.
Oh,
it's
nice.
going to be great.
Our good friend here, Some Numbers, is a absolute Digimon fanatic. So, if when the Digimon stuff got shown off at I forget which presser, it was that point of we're all like, has anyone checked in on Numbers? Is Numbers okay?
But yeah, it's a really nice vibe. I don't know from the press side if it's still as hectic as E3 was, where you have a full day of appointments. You've got to get your stories cranked out.
Yeah, I'll see if we can talk to, because Gavin Sheehan, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to Gavin, see how stressful his was. Well, because it can't be any worse than like you have 4 appointments, but they're in like East Hall and West Hall, and then like the Hooters across the road or some shit.
Yep.
So for those of you watching, there's this thing we used to call the first E3 dash, and between the 2 halls there was this like long straight walkway, and you would see people sprinting, and you're like, that's somebody's first E3, because they booked all their meetings back to back, not realizing that at a brisk walk it's like 15 minutes between the halls.
Yeah, it is challenging. My secret pro tip was always taking the little outside path, because that was way less crowded. You just run the risk of becoming a sweaty mess. Which is admittedly a pretty big risk, but
looking over my E3 photos of you can see the point at which I had definitely the LA sun had gotten to me. I'm very shiny in like 2 pictures.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, so I will say, last year I got to go to TGS, Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, you jammy bastard!
I know. So that still has, to me, giant E3 vibes. It's like all the publishers there have these giant mega booths, and it being Tokyo Game Show, and we just happened to be there at the same time. I'm like, oh yeah, we can pop there for a day. I ran into probably a dozen people from the U.S. that I didn't know were going to be there. And I'm like, what are you doing here? I didn't know you were going to be a Tokyo Game Show, and it was again, it just struck that E3 chord to me. You're like, oh man, I truly miss this.
Well, it makes sense. Like coming off of like the external watching of this Summer Games Fest, people are betting big on Japanese studios. Like, I don't know if it's because like the yen versus the dollar like is such a, you know, it's cheap to make a game in Japan right now, or if it's just like that's the strategy people are choosing, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it's I will be very interested. My bucket list thing to check out is Bit Summit. I would.
Oh God, yes.
Love to check out Bit Summit.
That would be amazing. That.
You know, a buddy of mine used to be in PR. Now he's started his own company, and I always catch him on Instagram. He's like, "Oh, I'm in Sao Paulo. Oh, I'm in Eastern Europe. Oh, I'm in Japan for Bit Summit." And every time he's in Japan for Bit Summit, I'm like, oh God, I wish. Yeah. I wish.
Because the thing is, like when I was touring for companies, it was predominantly Sega. And why are they going to send an idiot from fucking Horsham to Tokyo when they literally have their people local? Oh, for those who don't know, so Bit Summit is like the Japanese indie scene. It's apparently always a fucking great time. And I've never had the resources or we almost had a rogue part there. The resources or the reason to head out there proper. Same with TGS.
It always seems like Bit Summit's kind of the incubator for just wild things happening in the industry.
Yeah.
Like just we've decided to turn this into a game because no one else is doing it. And you're like, all right, I don't know why someone hasn't been doing it, but that's perfect. Keep on keeping on.
Yeah.
It feels like it's still kind of the Wild West of the Wild East ? Of the industry. Dude, I'm like, this thing is legit hype. I can't.
It's fucking cool, dude. I'm still on those weird little the weird little sideburns here, the little pork chops, but it's coming together.
Yeah. Mutton chops.
Yeah. Mutton chop 0.
Dude, but yeah, I do love this industry. God knows I've been in it for plenty long, but it's so, you know, it's hard. The past couple of years, seeing all the layoffs and everything, has been hard. Just as someone who does love the industry, you know, Blizzard's down the street from us at Bandai, and actually I wasn't even at Bandai. I was still at NCSoft when they had their big layoffs prior to the Microsoft acquisition.
Fuck.
It was just, you know, I drove by, just seeing all the folks standing outside and everything, and it's been that part's truly been heartbreaking. Just seeing all the shenanigans in the industry.
The thing that's sad about it was like, oh no, go for it.
I say, which you, I'm sure, are well more versed in than I am.
I keep feeling like we talked about this as an industry for a very, very long time. Like the American style of, we referred to it as battleship development, but like the huge budgets get huger style of development was always unsustainable, right? We've been saying that for a squillion years. And so economic troubles plus that have definitely equaled this horrible, like, worst case scenario. And it has been really sad seeing like whole studios and shit gutted. And loads of them, the frustrating thing is that they're getting gutted with publishers and studios that could afford to keep them, but you know, line must go up.
Yeah.
You know? But like the thing I've been saying is like the wheel turned, the industry has changed, it's different now. It doesn't mean it's gone, it doesn't mean it's worse. Like, and I'm not perpetuating the whole like indie games will save us all, but for North America right now, you basically need to make a product first and then start looking for funding. Unless you already have like massive connections or are willing to sell your soul to venture capital, which is way more scary now because they're up shit's creek. It's not over, but it's just been heartbreaking to see so much incredible talent displaced, and a lot of those folks won't be coming back to the industry, which is sad.
Yeah, I mean I feel like that's been the case for almost a decade at this point. I remember early. I mean, obviously it's exacerbated, but I remember early on seeing stories of people just straight up going to enterprise software.
Yeah.
Same reason. It's like, hey.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at that. It's just that, you know.
Yeah.
You've just come off a From Software title, whose name is literally taken from the fact that they came from enterprise software. I still remember the day I found that out, and I was like, oh, now all their numbers-heavy, UI-heavy titles make sense. Because they're used to making fucking word processors and shit.
I did not realize that.
Oh yeah, well, there you go. There's your another fun fact for the day. And I only found that out last couple years. That wasn't something I knew the whole time. But I finished my head as well. Whee!
Yeah,
Head
nice
buddies! Yeah! God, it's good to just get back building, you know?
Feels good. Feels
Because,
right.
like, Little Fire and I, as I said, have been doing builds. I've been breaking the seal. My good buddy Eric, who's currently on the hunt for work, but was a engine programmer, predominantly working on, like, porting. He's the one who organizes the Make a Game in an Hour panel.
Oh, that's cool.
And you know, during the hard times of the last couple of years, he'd just come round, put on the weirdest fucking movies you've ever heard of, and we just build Gundams. You know,
I love it. Taking a glance at chat, Vanderbeest, I must know what you're painting.
I'm gonna guess 50p in a bag of skips. It's BattleTech minis, but like,
I mean, that's fine.
Vanderbeest's, especially the work on the like the sheen of the cockpits, is incredible.
Are we talking like non-metallic metal style?
No, like the reflective, like sunset off the window type stuff.
Ah, amazing.
Aeon, a bag of skips. Skips are a British prawn cocktail type snack. They are nice, generally inoffensive. All the flavor of a prawn cracker in a tiny little like soft starship shape. Like, they won't change your. Yeah, Vanderbeest is painting some Kellhounds from BattleTech. Knew it. Yeah.
Nice.
The hook with skips is you can put them on your tongue and they kind of melt. It's really nice.
There was a BattleTech game 5-ish years ago. God, time is a flat circle and has no more meaning.
No.
It was a turn-based BattleTech. I think it was by Piranha.
No, Piranha did MechWarrior Online. You're thinking of Hairbrained.
Yes, I am thinking of Hairbrains. That was one of my favorite.
Oh, it was so good.
Games.
I was staying with my friend Ket at the time when that dropped, and Ket's is one of those people who has a head for like strategy games proper, and so it was so good. The way in which they created the feeling of momentum in a turn-based game,
Yes,
beautiful.
I got impressed that all the missile boats felt so good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna stack this thing with a bunch of LRM-20s, and we're just gonna go and nuke this thing off the grid, and we did, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
Is that
So Margin,
is that a catapult? No.
The catapult's the one. It's the catapult's the like the walking Boeing with just missiles.
it was something like a catapult, but was that that's I'm thinking the catapult's the light mech.
No, the catapult's the heavy missile boat.
Yes, that thing was my jam. It carried me through that game. Keep your dire wolves. Give me catapults all day.
Yeah. We've just started doing like a Saturday playthrough of MechWarrior 5 Clans, and it's been so fun. Because I do enjoy the Piranha Games titles. I really respected how MechWarrior Online basically pulled that team out of the shit. However, with it being a World of Tanks-like multiplayer game, the balancing conceits they had to make all the mechs viable. Me as a big mech nerd, I started being like, well, it shouldn't actually be like that. I think you'll find this robot should be able to do this. And MechWarrior Mercenaries was fine. The story was a complete disaster.
No.
Well, because it's your father's sword, right? Your dad is killed by evil mercenaries, you take his mech to go avenge him. But in the Battletech universe, when you blink between areas, for you it's a few seconds, but in the universe, like months, maybe even years have transpired, right?
Yes.
By the time we'd finished fucking around and we'd finally getting into like medium to even like heavy mechs, it had been 200 years.
Oh no.
So what are we supposed to believe? This guy is just like a geriatric mech pilot waiting for us to show up like, back in my day when I was a mercenary. Sure, Grandpa. We're supposed to knock down an old folks home and just wail on this decrepit old man.
Wayward home for retired mech pilots.
Oh god, that's the longship. Oh no. Our official designation, actually, as a mech company, is we are the affordable choice. We're not the best pilots, but we're the best that you can afford.
Why settle for right when you can have right now?
Fuck. Yep, no, that's us.
Amazing.
Sure, Chaos, sure, as I wheel Chaos back into, like, the game room.
Let's get you to bed, Grandma.
Okay.
Sorry, that was very generic. That was not a dig at Simple Chaos, who I do not know from Adam.
It's 6, 7, and 8. Let's go. Oh.
Oh yeah. That's testing it.
Yeah, I'm finally getting into this. And I don't have to be as clean with these cuts, which is nice.
I dig that we're going at the same pace. It's very nice.
Like I said, I don't think we're going to hit the wings tonight.
Likely not. Unless we skip over arms and legs and go straight to wings.
Nah. Because, like, I only inked half the wings.
Fair.
Gives me a chance to catch up and all. But yeah, no. It's that interesting thing of, like, now we're kind of in this Steam renaissance. We're definitely getting way more mech games, but, you know, back in my day, there were, like, a handful of good mech games. And you could know them all.
Yes. And I played them all.
Yep.
And none of them were as great as MechWarrior 2.
The amount of time I spent on MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. Like, out of all of them, MechWarrior 3 will always have a place in my heart because it encapsulates the full giant robot experience, right? Like, you are dropped on a planet behind enemy lines, you have your mech techs keeping your shit together, but, like, it is you and your robot, let's go, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to kind of like the round mission base that we see in a lot of other titles. But 2 was perfect. You know?
Just from the opening cinematic,
God,
even in its for how long ago that was created, they got it right out the gate. Just pitch perfect for everything that the universe encapsulated. And you're like, okay, yeah, all right, we're in the grinder. and this is going to be fantastic. And it was.
Yeah. And being in those early mech games, it was very unapologetic about like how brutal it was. Like, if you got your leg shot off and you didn't have jump jets, then you fell over. You weren't dead. You weren't out of the match.
Yeah.
But
It's like, you're not going anywhere.
yeah.
My favorite was always just load up on PPCs and everything
Yeah.
else that you had, and you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna walk away from this one. I just need to alpha strike this person out of existence. And
Right.
it's like it just has to be done. Has to be done.
So, did you get the chance to play Heavy Gear back in the day?
Heavy Gear. That sounds way too familiar for me.
It was VTOMs with the serial numbers filed off. So, like how BattleTech was kind of its own vibe, Heavy Gear was also a tabletop game first, but it was like,
Yeah, I know this game.
yeah,
I played a lot of this game. Did I?
oh, you've gotten very quiet on your end. Sorry, friend.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Just so that our lovely lot can still hear you. Because that was an Activision published one, and the first game was a bit of a mess. Because like, you're on a junkyard planet and you're building strange mechs and things. But the sequel, you're part again of like a Black Ops Special Forces team, and it had like 0G missions, and you have your little like pop out like high speed roller skates and shit. God, it was good.
Amazing. Do you know what game I really enjoyed that is spiritually in a similar vein? Was the BattleTech reimagining, I guess, in maybe the early 2000s?
Oh, the ones on the OG Xbox.
Yeah, I played on PC, but yeah, I think there's an Xbox version of it.
It was kind of more of an action game setup, but yeah.
Yeah, it was like, I think is sort of almost like For All Mankind, where it was taking place in the 70s, and kind of that same sort of battle tank arcade game, and then it pans up to space, and then it turns out there's a Russia versus America war on Mars and the moon and everything.
Oh,
You're
shit.
like,
No, I'm thinking of something else. Fuck.
but my favorite little bit was this Easter egg that they included it was a 3D game, and all the tanks were like these little hover tanks. I feel like you can load them out to your heart's content as well, but I might be mistaken on that. But
Dude, I'm actually drawing a blank. You might be... Wait, we're not talking about Earth Siege, are we? The one that came with tribes. No. Fuck, I'm actually drawing a blank. Either I've gin drank away the memory of this game, or you might have listed a mech game that I haven't played. Which is no small feat, I might add.
it was based off the arcade game, which is why it was nifty. Am I just calling it the wrong thing? Battlezone, that's why.
Battlezone, that's it. Okay.
So yeah, the old arcade wireframe drawing, they did an update to it. That game was, I loved.
So
I think it was like the first tutorial level. They have you could find it like way off in the moon base somewhere. It's called the Rave Gun, and if you just held down the fire thing, it would just blast out just like a little techno song, and the bullets would change color and everything. It was hilarious.
That's cool. If it's the game I'm thinking of, so I bore a grudge against it for a long time because I got given it, was super excited to play it because it was one of the few ones that had like a Mac release. Did not run on any of the PCs at my stepdad's work, so I couldn't play it. And yeah, I would to say I was a video game fanatic as a child would be to drastically understate how obsessed with video games I was, especially ones involving like tanks, mechs, or otherwise. I'm still very proud I took my my stepdad's flight stick he used for his F818 game and made it work with MechWarrior 3.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Yes, very similar to the dubstep gun from Saints Row.
Yeah, and Wraith, if I could choose what memories I drank away with gin, I'd be able to replay games for the first time. That would be a superpower.
There's a question for you. There's a game, the number one game on your list that if you could wipe like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind away your memory of playing through and play through for the first time all over again, what would it be?
Ooh. I mean, I want to pick a fun one, because, not a fun one, but like, I could be obvious. I could say Hollow Knight, or Outer Wilds, or, I don't know, Planescape Torment, or some of those old bangers.
Outer Wilds is definitely my first thought on that one.
But if I had to go, like, off the beaten track, You know what? Front Mission 3. I got to play that game knowing nothing about it. I came into it completely clueless, and just was like, oh, well, I played the other Front Mission games. I liked them. I'll play this one. And that game fundamentally changed what I thought you could do with a video game, you know? It's a visual novel, political thriller, but it just happens to have, like, squad-sized mech turn-based combat.
That's awesome.
Like, to this day, it's been interesting that we haven't... It's something that I still think has value, and I'd love to be able to play again, like, from nothing, you know? Oh god, alright, this one's gonna be a fiddly fucker, isn't it? I'm just doing the red bits through the torso.
It took me a second to get the orientation right, but it's not too bad.
Okay.
And so it's not the front thing that it goes in, but the hidden one behind it that you can barely
see, this is why it's cool to do this with friends.
Exactly. And then I guess according to the instructions, you can pop up the torso a little bit afterwards.
Oh, that's cool.
It has a little tramp stamp action going on.
We love to see it. We love to see it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being able to replay Outer Wilds for the first time again would be amazing.
Music still gets me. Oh, and Little Fire, what's up and welcome. Sorry, make sure that's not Little Fire being like, oi, let me in the fucking flat. It is Little Fire being like, oi, let me in the fucking flat. Okay, so, John, do you mind if I leave you with these lovely folks for a sec?
Not at all.
Please, friends, keep asking questions about, like, games to replay, or if you want to ask anything like Gundam or mech related. I'll be back with you all in a couple minutes.
I will answer whatever I can.
Yeah,
to the best of my ability.
If you can't, make up an answer. Confuse them.
That is typically frowned upon, but I will. I'll do my best.
Okay, I'll be back in just a second.
Yep. What's going on, chat? This is really weird and awkward for me. I don't think I've done a live stream since 2016. A dessert I consider mech themed. Really obscenely tall layer cake with like 20 layers? Or like one of the crepe cakes? Only because of the complexity? And that's not really mech related. I could throw in the deep cut and say apple pie from Thunderbolt, Gundam Thunderbolt, which is my favorite, or at least top 3 Gundam series, where the Zeon soldier and the Rickdom shows up and wipes out a bunch of Federation guys, and before getting blasted to hell, can only think of his mother or grandmother's apple pie. Apple tart, actually, not apple pie. overly complicated chocolate fountain. That would track. Fried ice cream? A dessert within a different type of dessert? I don't know if that's mech theme. I am completely fucking up this thing. I don't know why I'm doing this. What am I doing? I have put on far too much wash. It looks like butt. It is time to remove it. Ugh. Need another Q-tip. I find the best, or the Gundam series that I gravitate towards the most are the ones where it's grunts getting stuff done, a la 8th Mobile Suit Team, Thunderbolt, that style. Even to an extent, Stardust Memory, 83. Shameful admission, I've never actually played Earthbound. I grew up a Sega kid and never had a Nintendo or Super Nintendo. First Nintendo console I ever owned was a Switch. So a lot of the Zelda stuff, Zelda games, all that is lost on me. Which is talking on a gaming podcast or gaming live stream seems very very odd and inflammatory to say. Please don't tell my bosses. So, well, there you go. Eon Digital. Ironically, I picked up Earthworm Jim on the Sega Genesis, and it ran like a dream, and never had a chance to go back and get something like an Earthbound. Series that isn't Mech Gundam series I feel very aligned with. Video game wise, I love Dishonored. Dishonored and its futuristic cousin Deus Ex for all Human Revolution and For All Mankind to a lesser extent. Gameplay on those is brilliant. Dishonored's writing is fantastic. I do appreciate how they also incorporate a non-violent / stealth way to play through. I love stealthy, sneaky games. I mean, whomst among us has not started off Skyrim and played a sneaky stealth archer? And yes, Nexus Darkshade. Will seems to be doing okay. I am Imposter Will. No, I'm building Gundams with Will while he is AFK for a moment, but he'll be back shortly. Again, I don't know why I've just spent the time panelining it. I don't think I really needed to. Oops. Oh well. Moving along. That's okay. We are sadly children of the console wars, which is the dumbest thing ever. But because of that console wars, we never got to experience all the great games on all of the other platforms. There's probably an Iron-Blooded reference, Iron-Blooded Orphans reference I can make there, but I'm not gonna. John with an H. Wait, are you finding it out so you can email my bosses about me not having played Nintendo games? That'll hurt. So another toxic trait of mine as a gamer, I'm not a huge retro gamer. I find it very hard to go back to games on older systems. I appreciate what they were for the time and what they meant to me when I played them back then, but I have little desire to go back to them. Which I don't know if that's a common or uncommon take on it, but yeah, I don't know why. I just, you know, I don't think I could pick up a retro Genesis controller, was a Mega Drive Mini or something, and enjoy it the same way I did when I was growing up with it. I will always stand for the PS Vita though. That thing, Vita means life, and that is a tiny little hill that I will die on. Haha, dying for Vita means life. Yeah, that's amazing. I know so many people that do love the retro aspect, and I think I saw that there's a company releasing a game on an actual Genesis cartridge later this year? Question mark. But no, I worked with in press PR capacity with Jeremy Parrish and Molly from EGM, and they're like the true diehards of that, the OG game preservation, game restoration, retro style stuff, and bless him for it. Jeremy Parrish is a truly incredible font of knowledge when it comes to games history, and if you ever get the chance to see him on a panel somewhere, highly recommend it. Molly, I believe, is currently working on a EGM anthology with a bunch of other folks as well. And I know they've been making some third-party hardware for like the retro consoles, the Game Boy, or the Nintendo handhelds, and other handhelds, to make it easier to play some of those older titles if you're having a hard time finding that hardware. But and again, that's completely awesome. I love that it's available and that it's something for collectors to get their hands on and play with. Because it is great with games being able to go back to some of these experiences that were so formative for us as children or whatever you were in your life. I don't know if I mentioned it already, but when Will was asking about my corporate history, but my first job in-house at a company was with Atlas. I went there after several years at an agency, and I didn't know Persona at all. So I decided while I was interviewing, I started playing Persona 3, Persona 4, and Catherine, thinking, I'll get these done in like 2 weeks' time by the time of my next interview. That did not happen. I got through a lot of Catherine, though, only to get the bad ending. But, taking the time to slog through PS4 Golden on the Vita, it was fun. Really fun learning that game and everything. I do wish I could. So, going back to Persona 4, I think would be interesting. But again, I don't know how I'd feel about doing that for the remaster, before the remaster comes out that they just revealed. I've decided this little central chest bit needs a lot of filth, so we're just gonna jam it down in there. There we go. Proper filthy. Ta-da! If you're wondering, this is just a mix of an oil paint, any bog standard oil paint. I use this stuff by Abdulung. I don't know if they've discontinued this line or not, but it's called Starship Filth, and I'm not saying that I bought this because of the name, but I absolutely bought this because of the name. And it's this nice little murky black-gray color, and even if you don't build Gundam with it, what you can do is, if you mix it with mineral spirits, you can generously apply it to any Warhammer model, anything like that, and have it be this perfect gunk wash. That's your cheapo replacement for Nuln Oil or something of the like. And because if you put a very robust gloss coat on your model before applying it, it's very easy to protect any paint under it and then mess around with it without having to worry about damaging the paint you've already applied. And it's fun, and you can tweak the color a bit too. So if you want to do a rust color or anything like that, all in good fun. I feel like Bill's just throwing me the keys to his car, but it's a manual transmission and I can't drive it.
Hello. Sorry for the wait, friend.
Yeah, all good. I was getting a little nervous. I don't monologue like that.
Let's see. The best way is just to ask these lovely lots some questions. Let them.
They had a very good question about what we would consider a mech-themed dessert. I didn't have a good answer for that.
Ooh. Okay, so the two obvious ones are like a parfait or something along the equivalent, where you have like different components building up the dessert.
Okay.
But that's more of kind of like a Voltron, like super robot kind of dessert.
My thought on it was the fried ice cream, because it's a dessert within another dessert.
Ooh, good shout.
I cut this piece out. What am I doing?
No, so not like the tiramisu style, but like, because with the parfait, you have like an ice cream element, and then you have a fruit element, and then there's usually like a wafer element, and then it's a constructed piece. A bit too much in the way of sugar for me it's not something I would order myself,
By the way, Will.
Yeah.
I think you're about 2 steps away, but you're going to want to go ahead and find piece E1 and get a good amount of ink in that fucker.
Oh! Yeah, you know what? I am a few steps away from it. I'm going to ink that bastard now. That's the chest laser cannon.
It is. It gets this nice little green lens that goes over it too. So yeah. Oh no, another lens. What am I talking about?
Oh yeah, so you were talking about like the Jester and stuff like that as an early recommendation, but what's one of your favorite builds that you've done? I realized I didn't return the question.
So this is this is gonna sound a little funny, a little shitty. Okay. I built this last year. We got, for the release of Sandland, we had a couple of the Tank 104s.
Oh, those are so cool.
They are extremely fun to build. And my favorite bit, and this is going to sound weird, was the manual. The manual had, I think, more than I've seen in any other Bandai manual. Weathering tips and extra, like here's how to make this look really good. And they had the coolest tip. I've never seen this tip before in my life. There's a little flag that sticks straight up on the tank, and basically the manual said, here's a pro tip. You can stick this in hot water and then bend it back so it looks like it's in motion. And that's
so cool.
It's just seeing that in the manual, like that one, that's really funny because it has all this like JoJo style text next to it where they're showing the tank like zooming and the flag bent backwards. But two, it's like, yeah, more of this please. this is awesome.
Fuck yeah. Because
So
I've had that on my varying wish lists for a while, but
I liked it so much I entered it into a competition. Even though my build was pretty subpar. I don't know if I can. Here, let's see if I have a good picture of it. It is on my desk at work. Proudly.
fuck yeah. We've done Gundam contests here, but I haven't entered into any like proper ones.
So I do two things throughout the year. On the Gundam's Gunpla subreddit, they do a Secret Santa exchange, and I have done this for. There's some very strict rules for it, but I have I've done it many years, and it's fun. It's a really fun little Secret Santa exchange. People from all over the country, and they have it organized. I think they had like over 400 people participating last year.
Fuck yeah.
All around the globe too. You can indicate whether or not you want to ship to Canada. I think you have to post a build and be an active member of the community before April to qualify.
Okay.
But so again, they're pretty strict on it, and if you screw someone over by not following the instructions, you get banned very quickly. But the mods that run it are great, and I've done that.
Cool.
Like 8 years, and you send a gift, you get a gift. The only rule is there's a 3,000 yen price minimum. So whatever you buy your Secret Santa has to cost more than 3,000 yen, as determined by PriceLink Japan.
Okay.
Sorry, HobbyLink Japan. And yeah, like I've spent more time in it, so now I feel like I gotta really help prop this community up, and it's like then it's time to roll around for my Secret Santa, and they've got like 1 or 2 things on there, and you're like, yeah, no, you're getting like 7 things, and they're all gonna be MGs or better. I have not bought a perfect grade yet for my Secret Santa, but I'm getting close.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Actually, sorry,
Weapons
not
online.
true.
All
I did buy
systems
them.
nominal.
I bought a perfect grade Sky Grasper, but those are
Why do speed metal
pretty-
bands stand so far apart on stage? Because bandwidth determines
like
your
just the
speed.
perfect grade Sky Grasper. I think it was only like $70 or $80.
Sorry,
no,
I just apologies for interrupting. I've just been delivered a terrible joke that I must now share. Why do speed metal bands stand so far apart on stage? Because bandwidth determines speed.
Oh, I hate it.
Same. Favor 6 way like this. And apparently, so Little Fire. Apparently, we just met Virgie's girlfriend in the elevator.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Who got a little regaling of me losing the eyeball of my mech. They didn't ask. I just told them.
Yeah, that's generally how conversations with you go. Everyone is generally forced to be in them. That's how that works. I don't know if you realize that because you're just so enthusiastic to have people to talk to or talk at, but that's generally how that works.
What can I say? I'm happy. I'm enthusiastic. What can I say?
I've just sent you a picture of my Sandland tank in the in Discord. I have no idea how to. Oh no! I can post that to the Longship, right?
Oh yeah, throw it in No Grey November, so these lovely Mother Hubbards can see it, and so can I.
No Grey November. No Grey November. Here we go.
Oh, there's Twizlight's little Gundam build. Oh look, there's us. Oh man. Twizlight, are you still lurking? Do I have your permission to post that on social media? Because that makes me really happy. Twizlight is watching us on an iPad, also doing their build.
Amazing.
Oh, and I need to find us some more jams.
Yeah, that was a fun build on that one, on the Sandland tank, and it's even out of the box without doing all the weathering, it still looks great.
That looks
But
so
it
much fun.
being a tank, it had a lot of fun stuff to play with.
I love internal details and things like that.
Oh yeah. There's there's a I think it's a subreddit called Hidden Details about whenever you spend all the time painting like a cockpit or something in Warhammer just to seal it up and for no one to ever see it ever again. I love doing that, and I can't help myself. That's part of the reason that a lot of my projects stall out.
That's understandable. Especially when it comes to inking and additional details, like probably another reason why I like the Remechanics series is because like you can put all those details into the skeletal structure, and then you get to know. And yeah, Devershi, I did see that Devershi's birthday gift came in, which was a little hand-stitched picture that says, "I'm not always sarcastic. Sometimes I'm sleepy." Which was very apt for you, friend.
Yeah, I've done that on this other tank that I'm building the Valkyrie from the Edelweiss from Valkyria Chronicles.
Yo, that looks fucking cool.
Painted all the bullet or the shells,
the engine pieces and everything. That's fucking awesome.
And then once it's ready, it's gonna get like this, and no one's ever gonna see it ever.
But you'll know, and that's what's important.
But I'll know, and more importantly, I'll know if it weren't painted. And that's where the killer comes in.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all about what you want to do. See, I really like the Sandland tank, and I'd love to build one. But aside from that one, my philosophy is like, Gundams are kind of a vehicle for art.
Yeah.
What I'm planning on doing for my birthday this year is I'm going to pick up the super mega-sized unicorn. You know, like the bigger than a perfect grade.
Yes, the mega size.
Yes. And I'm going to prime all the pieces, and then for my birthday, just invite people to wherever and just say, hey, just doodle on it, paint on it, draw something. Like, eventually I want to have like a big version of it completely comprised of like pieces that other people have drawn on and painted.
That is a fantastic idea. I love that.
I won't get it done in one day, obviously, because there are so many bits, but then like that's a thing throughout the year, you know?
I don't know the point of this, but it has like this little alien mechanic. Sorry to cut you off. Like the little chest laser thing. Boop.
That's pretty cool. I think I am... Oh, I'm just about to start putting that together, yeah. H, and there's H5. Love to see it. Being very careful to remind me, don't snip off those little pieces.
Is your birthday actually August 16th? Or thereabouts?
Mine is August 19th.
19th. We are less than 10 days apart.
Birthday buddies!
Birthday buddies. Fellow Leo.
Yeah.
Question
mark. So initially the whole like everybody together painting a thing was something I wanted to do for a PAX, but PAX has always ended up being so busy for all of us that it's a fool's errand to try and do it then. Like I might do a day depending on my schedule of like just set up down in the minis area and be like, hey, come paint a thing, come doodle a thing.
But
I haven't
when I was working at NCSoft, our sister company ArenaNet would always do, they'd set up the little community wall at PAX for people to sign. It was always amazing. Loved that.
NCSoft used to be such a huge part of the PAX ecosystem. Like, I've still got Atlas Reactor stuff behind me.
Amazing.
Though
I don't think I told you, or I finished I told chat while you're gone, but before NCSoft, I was at Sega.
Oh, yes!
And,
you served.
Sega by way of Atlas, which was interesting in and of itself. But, yeah, I never worked with the CA folks, unfortunately. God, do we have overlap? What years were you at CA?
Oh, God. I'd have to go back into I was only touring 2013 and I think I toured 2013, 2014, 2015. No, I toured 13 and 14. 15, I was improbable.
Okay.
So I came out for my first E3 in 2013.
Nice.
So
no, we would have. So I was with Atlas. I think Atlas got bought by Sega in 14. We didn't start taking over for them on the publishing front until 15? Question mark. Something along that.
sounds right. Because yeah, the Atlas acquisition was still in the rumbling phase.
Yeah, Atlas stuff was fun to work on. Working on launching Persona 5 was a trip.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That was a good one. But also that is why I have the appreciation for the Vita.
So did you ever get a chance to work with Sarah Weller at all?
I did. We didn't interact often, but she was Sega Europe PR, I believe, or social or PR. But yeah,
I don't remember what her official designation was, but I knew Sarah from like a million years back. I mean,
yeah,
I would say I'd still consider them a friend. I just haven't seen them in like 1,000 years. Sorry to all of you watching, just industry friendos.
yeah. I am currently befuddled by this piece. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just... Oh, dear. Alright. You're like me, but hopefully you aren't. I was looking at this and like, A21, A22, because it's 21 and 22. But nope, that's an I. That's not part of this line. Even though it's not even remotely close to it, I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's just an errant typo. It's like, where the hell is A22? I've already used A22, but
yeah.
Nope, it's just the brains being
right.
silly.
It does have this weird little like alien extractor, like.
Yeah, Sarah Wellock?
Yeah, Sarah Weller.
Wellock, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
this
we
is Weller and I've misremembered.
Very limited interactions, but
Okay.
we did talk. I did know her and talk to her.
Just because like she was over there and also fucking loved Atlas titles like proper.
Yes. Atlas titles is how I met and started working extensively with Lucy James and Timur Hussein.
Yes. It was really cool to see Lucy on main stage for Summer Games Fest.
So good, so deserved.
And like, I was just gonna add that like, there's a lot of people, especially came from, because you're out here. You had G4, and in the UK we had Jinx TV, which is kind of like the equivalent, like a satellite channel specifically for games. And I believe Sarah was also part of that, but there was like a whole crew of people that came up through that pipeline.
Oh, nice.
And Lucy was one of them, and absolutely deserved success.
Yes. All of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna trim some nub marks, but shaky hands. But the thing that I was talking with everybody about yesterday, and I promise this isn't like fucking Will Huff's copium on a Saturday, but I am very happy with where I ended. Like, oh, sorry, not where I ended, where I've ended up. Because I really did think that I wanted to kind of be like a head of comms type person, When I was at CA, we had an internal Marcoms team. So I got to learn all the different facets, brand, marketing, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
And for a time, I really did think that was the direction I wanted to head in. Then I got that, hated it, had a meltdown, You know,
I'll cry.
yeah, hell of a cry. Moved from New Zealand back to the UK and kind of was a little bit like, Quah.
Oh.
And a couple more breakdowns later, and I ended up doing this. So it's been real nice because I've been able to help some folks. Oh yeah, we're onto the eyes now. I've been able to help some folks with just kind of like basic stuff. Because I still encounter a lot of people who, you know, they're putting out their first title, they don't know, you know, press kits and outreach and like the kind of things that if you do them early are easy, but if you don't,
it's hard to play catch up.
Yeah, will fuck you up later. I found this cute little mech game. It's like, hang on, let me earmark it because I can drop it in chat. It's like Vital. Vital? Darn it, let me just go into my wish list. And it's got a real kind of like super early Armored Core meets like Battle of Dunblane kind of vibe. Vital Shell. I'll have to drop it into chat.
I've been fondling this thing just to tell people I absolutely love this tool. This is from Monument Hobbies. It's a very sturdy metal, just panel line or not seam line scraper, and it is amazing.
Oh, lovely. Oh, and you've gotten very quiet again, friend.
Shoot, sorry.
No, it's all good. Just, you know, I just don't want to make sure you don't get missed. But yeah, the thing about that one is like, I saw this game on TikTok. It has very much intrigued me, and because of the situation I'm in the industry, like, I just messaged the guy and was like, "Yo, do you need help with stuff? Like, I'm not pitching you. I'm not trying to sell you a thing. Do you, like, how's your stuff going?"
Yeah, genuinely paying it forward. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I would not trade that for the world right now. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
It is bizarre that as a streamer I have more job security than some of my friends who are like world-class industry devs. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
And I feel a sense of survivor's guilt, the likes of which you would not believe. But and so like, do you know what was really interesting is like sometimes you see things in the industry and you go, wish I'd done that, or that could have been me. Which, you know, we're all human, it happens to the best of us.
Nice.
Bringing this back around to my original point is like, I got nothing but like happiness and hype every time I see like Lucy James winning, because they did their time.
Yep.
Same with Victoria Tran as well.
Yeah, from Inner Sloth.
Yeah.
She's the community for Among Us.
Yeah, and the like I think Outer Sloth stuff as well, but I'm not sure. I haven't asked the specifics, but it's fascinating because like she was at Kitfox, and now this is not anything that Victoria said to me, so this is not like gossip. This is just Will's observation, was that Victoria was pulling serious G's. Oh, okay. Victoria was pulling serious G's at Kitfox, like really making stuff happen, but was still being treated like a standard rank and file community manager, and then got snapped up by, Inner Sloth, and has been kicking 17 kinds of ass since then.
Oh yeah. I've seen a couple really poignant things from her. I don't remember where it's posted, but she wrote some. I think it was just almost like an instructional piece, and then like, here's how to market your video game on TikTok.
Yes.
And she's like, here's the lessons, here's the stuff that worked, here's the stuff that didn't, and here's the lessons that we learned. And it's fantastic. If you are working on a game, I would heavily urge you to find that and look at it because that's got a lot of very good and useful information.
Yeah. I actually started investigating TikTok after her article on that. Well, I think she does like a newsletter or something, but the write-up on it. And as I've said before, like I'm now a genuine TikTok enjoyer. Which I never would have expected.
I can't do it to my attention span. I struggle enough already with being able to sit still and pay attention to the same thing. But if I have something where it's like, oh yeah, you only need 20 seconds of your time. Look at this real quick. It'll be all over for me.
You know what? Understandable. Know your limits, know your weakness.
Yep.
And it's just one of those things of like, sorry, jumping back, because Wraith was saying that Victoria might be head of comms for both. Like, I came up from an era when community managers were kind of built to be personalities, but were then immediately discarded. So, what's really interesting is one of the local homies is Holly Conrad, who was BioWare for a good while during like the Mass Effect height. Incredibly talented person. Little Fire actually bought some of their local art, which we have in the hallway, which is really cute.
It's awesome.
Yeah. But how they got treated was very much like, you know, you are our front-facing person, you're our eyes on the ground, our superstar. Just kidding, you're on your own, get fucked. I didn't have it to the same degree because, you know, I'm a white man on the internet. But, you know, when Rome 2 had a really disastrous launch, you know, I went from being like one of the front-facing people to just like expendable fucking terror.
Monkey leased to the organ grinder.
Yes. And like the people from my generation of CMs is full of stories like that. You know, Nika Harper, for example, who, you know, was the face of League of Legends and then got thrown to the dogs. So seeing Victoria not only be respected in her field, but also like treated with the care that befits the knowledge is so good. You know, this changing of community managers from being like disposable, expendable mooks to like, oh, we're actually gonna, you know, pay some care and attention and look after these fuckers is lovely.
Yeah.
Because, alright, you know what? This is just train of thought talking. I think that all of the 30 under 30 lists are dog shit. In video games.
I don't know enough about them to even comment. But yeah, there's no, I'm speaking in generalities here, there's no time schedule on success.
Exactly.
Like, you don't have to make it by 30. There's no one keeping score except for you. You're the only person that needs to worry about that. And if you reach 40 or 50, and you're like, you know what, I want to try this, there's nothing standing in your way.
Yes.
And there should be no shame for trying something new.
Yeah.
Or trying to make something work. Just, you know, obviously the oh my god, lost my train of thought. Yeah, just being old enough to understand the consequences of doing so, but hopefully that's not something that's unattainable. But yeah, go for it.
All I was going to add is that at least in the discipline of community management, like it's rare for people to make it for a long time, and you get a lot of people also in social media who burn very hot, very brightly for a hot second, and
that's that.
And then that's that. Like that's all they wrote. the people who survive, and I'm not talking about myself because like I moved out of community management. You know, yes, the Longship are a community, and yes, I am partially responsible for managing them. But like, dude, I don't have to do reports. I don't have to write sentiment reports. I don't have to justify my work week.
Oh.
Yeah, dude. If you ever wanted a reason to become a fucking streamer, that's it. That's it. You do not work less hours, though. You work significantly more hours.
I just can't. I just think I'm literally incapable of talking that much.
I guess I'm cursed like that. Be unmanageable, indeed.
See.
Well, so Wraith, I understand what you're saying. It's just that the 30 under 30 lists are put forward as this, like, who's who of, like, all turd geniuses that you should be paying attention to. Or, like, you know, if you're not on one of those lists, then you're done goofed. You fucked up your career. I can't believe you've done this.
My, outside of my work laptop, become ungovernable.
Yeah.
Will stop streams not because he runs out of things to say, but because he runs out of the physical energy necessary to say more.
Virgie, you're not wrong. I even heard Little Fire cackle from the background on that one. The body gives up before the voice does. That is my curse. I mean, Favor 6, you know what they say? You know, if you work for yourself and you love your job, you will work every hour of every day that exists. But, again, wouldn't trade it for the world.
That's awesome. And again, I said it in the package that I sent. It is truly an amazing achievement that you've had 7 years doing this. So again, all the deserved congratulations, even though we're probably well past the anniversary at this point. But no, it is truly remarkable to have that longevity.
It's unheard of in our space. And whilst you were saying nice things about the 7 years, and again, so friends, if you've just joined, this SD kit was a gift from John, along with... Hang on, I'm going to grab the other kit and show them. My earphones are out for a second, just before I start feeling things, Avenger. Hang on a second. But yeah, this is the other kit that John sent in as well. Like,
This thing,
it looks so fucking cool.
it's just crazy bonkers to me. It may have been partly because I was playing a lot of Metaphor at the time, and it feels very metaphor-y.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, me and Little Fire were looking at, there's a variation of that one that has a big round shield, and we were both like, that's fucking cool. But Avenger just sent in that your timesheet is currently 9,999 days overdue, but then threw in $25. Like, holy fuck! Fucking terrors, making me feel stuff. But no, like, the thing is, I'm not naive. I understand that the fact that the Longship has been going this long is an anomaly. It is not nothing. Like, and we both know people that have gone into stuff that have also burned hot, burned bright, and been done in 2 years. Which is why I tend to get really feelsy when they do big stuff, because, you know, I understand how big a fucking deal it is. Unholy Gear. It gave me Liza P for some reason. Oh yeah. Bless him. Changing the subject away from me as fast as humanly possible. I don't know if you saw that Liza P sold so well. The dev team not only got 2 weeks PTO and a little bonus, but they also gave them Switch 2s because the DLC
amazing.
sold so well. Yeah.
Good for them.
I love shit like that. The only time that happened to me was we got danger pay because the amount of people sending me death threats.
Oh,
The voice
I don't miss
stands,
that.
The body broke before the
Yep.
voice did.
Do not miss that, man. Someone once sent in a picture of the office parking lot with a photoshopped gun crosshairs over it,
Jesus.
and you're like, what do I do with this? And the answer was, send it to the Secret Service, and they will take care of it. So that was fun. That was a long time ago. Not certain.
Yeah, there's
What
something about a game launch that doesn't go according to plan that just brings out the feral psycho in the internet.
It is truly remarkable. Truly.
The amount of hate I got, you would think I'd personally murdered their pets. But that's another story. I'm Favor 6 again, thank you. Avenger, fucking thank you all. As a C222, game launches go according to plan from the outside. So I don't know your feelings on this one, but I always talk about game launches kind of like a theatre production. As long as the audience doesn't know how much of a fucking mess it is, it's fine.
I mean, you could say that's true for just about everything, though. It's the smoke and mirrors of every
on all the TPS reports
every
before
profession,
they go
right?
out now. So if you could go ahead and try
But
to remember to do
I
that from
guess
now
I'm
on,
relatively
that'd be
lucky.
great.
I don't think I've had to deal with any catastrophically cocked up launches.
And may you never have to, friend. Oh, very quickly
May
though.
I never have to.
Yeti is informed that I need to remember to put my cover sheets on my TPS reports. So if I could go ahead and do that, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, you are technically working on a Sunday or a Saturday, so.
And Yeti, thank you. Fucking yo. But I mean, that's the thing is, and this is the thing, unfortunately, you can't talk about is like the kind of fandoms that you have to interact with, though, are no small number, because you've got the Gundam fandom and the FromSoft fandom that you've had to deal with. But
fortunately, for myself personally,
Don't forget
strictly
to also
press.
update your
I don't
genre
have
tickets.
to interact too much with anyone on the day-to-day consumer level or even streamer level. We have separate people at Bandai that handle that. So I am fortunate in that regard.
okay.
But yeah, at Sega and Atlas, yes, I don't miss those days. Let's put it that way.
People are 100% normal about the Persona series.
And especially the SMT series when
Oh.
you're doing something with Fire Emblem. Very, very,
Very normal. But I mean, I could talk about the engagement metrics until we're all fucking sick to back teeth. Favor 6 would like to remind us all to update our Jira tickets, because apparently Favor 6 has chosen chaos today and wishes to inflict it upon the rest of us.
monster.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. It's alarming how normal the Shin Megami Tensei fandom is.
I do miss the memes. I have been turned into a SMT Persona sleeper agent when it comes to memes.
Understandable.
And it's
I need to... okay, for it.
it's like, I still hear the game. If someone talks about SMT3 or Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series, the first thing that goes through my head is Nocturne, a Gundam. And it will not. That will never change.
I have nearly drunkenly bought a pack of featuring Dante from Devil May Cry stickers so many times in my life. But yo, Devil Summoner Remastered just got dropped out of fucking nowhere. What the shit, Sega?
The Raido one?
Yeah, the fucking cool action combat, like,
Yeah.
yeah, out of fucking nowhere.
All those games are great.
But they're
Go
so
play 'em.
good. I just like that was one of the holy grail of like retro game collector titles to find. Kind of, they just dropped in on us out of nowhere.
I think that one at one point held the record for the longest game title. Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Raito Kuzunoha versus King Abaddon and the Soulless Army or something.
God, that's gotta be, yeah.
It was definitely up there for a lengthy title.
Oh, sorry, Phyllis. No, not Digital Devil Saga. That one's still kind of sitting in, I don't know, Sega's to-do pile. But like,
Sensible.
no, go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say sensible chuckle.
Sensible chuckle.
I got the torso mostly done.
Nice.
That's the
I'm still on the little fin wings, but I'm getting there. The reason why I love Devil Summoner is just because like I played through Nocturne, or I forget what it was called, Lucifer's Call. It was called in Europe, and I really loved that one. But I had kind of burnt myself out on JRPG mechanics. So when I found out about Devil Summoner, I was like, oh shit, action combat with this shit? Alright, sign me the fuck up. I got a little bit feral trying to find a PS2 copy of that, let me tell you. My retro game collection used to be frightening, to the extent that when I finally decided to like sell it, it paid for my move to the US.
Lord.
Yeah.
Ah. I was telling your chat earlier that I am not actually a retro game person. It's not me as a gamer.
That's understandable. I didn't have a lot of cash when I was a youngling, so a lot of it was initially about like finding those titles that I'd seen an advert for and was obsessed with. You know, your what was it called? God Hands and things like that. Because I didn't get a PS2 until well after it was already retro. I was living in London and I just kind of started to. I remember it vividly. I got sent home from work because I was sick, and I stopped in at a game store on the way back and bought myself a PS2 and a bunch of games. And so I spent a lot of time like rechasing a lot of the PS2 gems, because I played MGS2 at my mate's house, same with like Devil May Cry and shit like that. Final Fantasy X. We would do this thing where we split our consoles between us so we could play each other's stuff. I was on GameCube detail.
Our console comrade.
Yes. I worked a lot of weekend jobs to buy that one.
Oh, I like this. I like this question from Eon. Is there a gaming or retro collection you wish you hadn't sold?
So there's one that it wasn't mine, but it was in my proximity, and that was Panzer Dragoon Saga.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That wins. Good answer. Fantastic answer.
I have a reproduction copy purely for ornamental purposes only. But
What ho and good evening, I'm so old I was into retro gaming when it was new.
hey, Scotty.
You know,
Back in my day, we just called it gaming.
I will concede, while I don't necessarily love going back to try and play some of these retro games, I do often miss the art style. You know, just the way the artwork and everything, the whole look of games from the 90s and even early 2000s at this point was just so different. And maybe that's where all of my nostalgia goes to waste. But it's I do love and miss it.
Well, I think we're hitting a similar phase, because like when we hit the peak of like the 16 and 32-bit era, you know, we got really good as an industry at making a little look like a lot, you know, and we did it with art style and cool, funky tricks like. I always love talking about things like palette swapping and cycling and shit like that. You know, the cheeky techniques we used to use to make games look gorgeous. Now we're getting to this point where like only a handful of studios have the budget to really chase the cutting edge of visuals. So everybody else is working out ways to make, you know, Godot and Unreal and shit like that look like big, interesting, unique things. So the style of this era obviously hasn't solidified because we're living through it, but when it does, I think it's going to be really gorgeous. You know what I mean? In a similar way.
Yeah. I was going to say, don't forget the other factor of the those games having the cringiest magazine ads of all time.
Oh God. So I don't know how it was out here in the US. I haven't looked into it as much, aside from like the Spike TV era of marketing. But we had what we called the Lads Mag marketing in the UK, and God, it was cringy. There's one that has haunted me for some reason. Like this commercial has just not left my brain, and it was the Game Boy SP, but specifically the Tribal Edition, which was a silver SP. The folding one, I believe it was, but it had like awful tribal tattoo designs on it, and every advert was just about fucking, like with a backlight for when you need to play at night, and it's a guy surrounded by like, you know,
bunch of
barely covered naked women.
Yep.
All of that shit.
Yep. That was alive and well in the US.
The most fun you can keep in your pocket. Jesus Christ. I'm buying this to play Pokemon, not to wank myself off with. Jesus.
Every single innuendo you could ever think of with any kind of joystick.
Oh God. Mad Cats, what were you doing? What were you doing?
Made it into a full-page print ad in every game magazine.
The video game restoration group or what have you have a ton of those now saved, and the cringe is next level. As soon as I mentioned that, Little Fire's just like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I'm in the bathroom doing my hair, and I'm like, this motherfucker's a pervert!
Tell me you heard that.
I'm in a relationship with
I
a
did
pervert!
not. It's only picking up so...
Jesus.
Oh God. Just Little Fire yelling at me from the bathroom like, I'm in a relationship with a pervert! It's not me. The PSP ads were terrible. In the UK, Lara Croft kind of transmogrified from a symbol of empowerment to peak lads mag nonsense. Like, every year there was a model who was nominated to be the Lara Croft, who would go to like game events and things like that. And yeah, the discourse was exactly as gross as you think it is. And now IO Interactive make their money on a bald man who kills people.
Come a long way, baby.
We have. Yeah, games marketing, like fucking hell. I'm gonna blame Virgin Interactive again because they can't defend themselves. What are they gonna do? Send Cool Spot after me? Richard Branson's gonna run a balloon into me in 4 months.
Don't put it past him.
He's spiteful and he has time. It was such a different era. It's hard to convey to the younglings what it was like when games magazines were the powerhouse. You know, it's wild now because people talk about games journalists like they still hold this royal seat of power in the industry, and while they're not nothing, it's not like it used to be, you know.
Yeah.
We were talking about this the other day that games reviews have really lost a lot of their value.
Well,
No, look, if you've seen something to the contrary, like, please, like,
you know, I think the value in games review. So, let's see.
or if we are skirting way too up close to the stuff you don't want to talk about, that's fine too.
I mean, again, just speaking in generalities, you know, I think Metacritic, OpenCritic, all that stuff, it is what it is. Those are just aggregation tools, right? We all know their value is as an aggregation tool and being able to sort of as reviews. I keep wondering, when are we going to get something closer to Rotten Tomatoes, right? Where it doesn't matter if the review is from, you know, ballpark 75 to 100, it gets a quote unquote fresh rating. Anything below that is rotten. And then that feels more like a better indicator to me than the true aggregators like Metacritic, right? And again, me speaking in generalities as a gaming fan, not as a industry professional. That's personally what I like. Whenever I want to see a movie or a TV show, I go to Rotten Tomatoes and I check what the ballpark is, and then I click if something's like mixed, click on it and figure out which of these reviewers that I've trusted in the past have opinions similar to mine and what have they said about this, and go from there. And that's what I do with games reviews. I find the people that like, oh, they thought this about this game, they thought this about this game. All right, I'm gonna read their reviews and see what they say about it. And if it's like, oh yeah, this is perfectly aligned with what I would have thought, I'm gonna pick this game up. You know, it's that kind of taking the time to read the person's reviews, to understand what kind of reviewer they are, to understand their game tastes, and how those line up with your own personal game tastes, and going from there. You know, I don't think you can confidently say, I'm going to trust this person on every matter. But, you know, if, like, I know this person reviewed this strategy game, whatever, and I felt the same way about it, so I'm going to see what they say about this next strategy game. Or they say buy it, I'm going to go and check it out. Or vice versa. So I think, and I've kind of always thought this, that the best value Metacritic and in general reviews are finding people that are like-minded.
Okay.
And then, you know, seeing if you can trust their opinions. And that's basically how I approach or you know, reviews of anything, really.
Over here, what we've started to observe is like a move towards the digital tribalism. Like, people tend to move more within like community recommendations rather than like direct. So like, we haven't seen a situation where like the first review to market will make or break a game like it used to back in the day. Like, predominantly people tend to be in spaces and communities and then discuss it from there, which is very, very similar to what you were saying. Sorry. It's... Oh. Sorry. The message that just came through, so I was just keeping an eye on it. It's actually from Nathan Grayson, who is a games journalist. I have a photo of us from E3 from 10 years ago. So the whole fucking conversation has come full circle.
Nice.
Shout out to Aftermath, which is Nathan's site, which you should, not you, but our lovely viewership. It's definitely worth having a look.
Aftermath is great.
Yeah. Do you know what's been really interesting, though, is that journalistic outlets doing previews is now far more important than what they say in their reviews. At least as we've observed from our position. Because we've seen situations where the preview has broken a game or made it. So case in point, like, IGN have destroyed a couple of games with some scathing previews, but in terms of their reviews, haven't been like, haven't had the same like force of nature.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now, what we've noticed is that reviews are good for the journalistic outlets, but predominantly users come in not to check, not to be tastemakers, but for reinforcement of opinion. So, like, people will read a review of a game they already liked or already hate to see what has been said.
Yeah.
So, like, I think a Rotten Tomatoes of video games would have been really good had someone started it back in the 2000s. I think now they'd be hard pressed to get it to take root.
Yeah, I could see that. But the only thing that the biggest benefit I could see that it bringing to something like video games is, just how not silly, but how entrenched we are to assume that a game with the bulk of scores are clustered between 7 and 9.
Yes.
And the bell curve on game reviews is very weird, and it doesn't leave a lot of room for interpretation. Which is unfortunate. I think there is plenty of ways that people, or there is a need for those middle review scores. Like, you can't just lump something between that, but there's no way to do it because we've been so far down this path where we're just used to seeing these scores.
Which is a hangover from our old fucking print media days, when a lot of the magazines were funded by the very platform holders. So you had to a game had to really be terrible for it to get a bad score. Yeah. I know you know this, but just for our our lovely viewership. And it's another one of those things that's very unique to our industry, and it's still an overhang. We never had I forget who those two fancy movie critics were. I always forget the name of them.
Siskel and Ebert?
Yeah. They really helped shake that whole stuff loose.
Sorry, I'm being really bad. I keep leaning back in my chair and my hands disappeared. Not that people need to see my hands.
I call it
this thing.
I call it T-Rex hands. Where I bring my hands up here when I'm doing stuff, whereas they should be all around here doing cool shit.
Alas.
Oh god. These are so tiny, these pieces. Oh, this is why I don't do real grades.
Oh my god, I don't think I've ever raged harder at a kit than the RGXia. It's got these teeny tiny little things that go right here, and
sorry to interrupt. So Twizzlight is heading out. So Twizzlight, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm so glad that we got to do like a craft along. Oh, and Twizzlight, thank you for letting me do the thing.
Is this the one that you posted in the?
Yeah, this is the person who posted that, who was watching us.
Oh, dude, we got housed. We fully built that thing.
Oh damn.
and we're we're on head and like half a torso.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build these like fucking shoulder machine guns. And I am...
Machine guns.
Yeah, the little, so it's like the shoulder straps on the torso.
Oh,
They're like mini machine guns that are supposed to like fold out.
I'm slacking. I'm falling behind. Rush, rush, rush.
Oh, dude, we ain't finished in this today.
No.
Um,
Something Gunpowder's freedom.
yeah. Well, one thing that's been interesting is that the outlets that have, I say outlets, like the operations that have persisted, are the ones where it's less review as critique and more review as entertainment. Those have persisted, and I found that very, very fascinating. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to get these? Okay, taking my wristbands off. Dropping my fucking weight bands.
All the weighted armor drops off.
Yeah.
Unleash my true power level.
Yeah. But this all kind of comes together, the thing of like, the old ways are gone. It's no longer how it used to be. Like, you can't... It's really hard to know what or who will be the tastemaker for your title. Ah, got it in one. So you kind of have to just hit every mark.
Oh yeah. I'm on this part now, and I'm terrified. Wait, did you get all the front chest pieces on? Like the little the laser cover?
Yeah, laser covering.
Nice.
Hang on, see if the camera will play nice. I need like a little slide whistle noise for that chest laser.
That's not a slide whistle noise. That's a trombone noise. What am I doing? Can't even get my joke noises right.
Yeah.
Can't take me anywhere. Oh my god, this piece is tiny.
Right.
Oh, I hate it.
Fingers are actually hurting from trying to make this work.
You know what the nice part about doing this on a mat that I literally set this up yesterday?
Yeah.
Is now these pieces aren't falling on the floor and of my thick, heavy pile carpet and get lost forever.
Oh yeah, I've had this carpet in a roll for ages because I thought it was somebody's heirloom. Turns out it was a leftover piece of a PAX booth. So we've rolled it out. It's like the living room is warmer, it's helped with sound dampening, but it has now added danger levels of like bits loss. At any point, one of these could hit the carpet area, and it's gone. It's gone.
That's how you wind up with Pirate Gundam, or the eye
Exactly.
patch.
It's just a little guy. Okay.
Oh yeah, look at that little baby minigun.
Okay.
Bring in the Daka. Not quite the heavy arms Daka, but
Yeah.
oh my god, that was almost tragic. No one saw that, right?
No, nothing. We saw nothing. One of these days we do need to do I just longship in general, not volunteering you for late night shenanigans, but another group watch of G Gundam, because good old Shibbity Crockett or whatever his name is. Because it was just like it was always the joke of like heavy arms is Murica Gundam, but actual Murica Gundam is more Murica. Surfing American football boxer Gundam. Let's fucking go.
Oh my god, did you ever see the what am I trying to say? So Sega, I don't remember what this was through, but they had anthropomorphized their consoles, and someone has to know what I'm talking about. But
Are we
like,
talking
all
about was it something Neptuna? The series?
maybe, but it was definitely like magical girl game, like Sega game consoles, and there was
Okay.
definitely a Genesis one, and it was like a girl in an American flag bikini with like a black leather trench coat or something on and that cowboy hat, and it was just as blatant as you could possibly think. It was hilarious, truly hilarious.
Oh, Japan. Never stop, never stopping.
Yep, Sega Game Gear's in that. Yes. Hyperdimension Neptunia. That's sounding very familiar.
Because that series has been going for ages. Okay, now this is when the shit gets fiddly. Oh my god. Oh. Okay.
Oh yeah, and the Dreamcast girl had the VMU hat.
Of course.
No.
Well, Voshi, take care of yourself. If you need a break and a breather from whatever the fuck is going down, we got you. And Wraith, I'll try and do it with a little bit of heads up for everybody, because I really enjoyed our watch party nights. Wraith had a little bit of a meltdown when we were rewatching OG Gundam, because there is a scene where Char leaps off a horse at like Mark III and just stops dead. And for some reason, that was the bit when Wraith broke, was just a disregard for physics. How's the tiny black tea? Once I'm a bit more healed, then I think I'll risk fizzy stuff. But it smells really good. Favor 6 says, "Hi, Premium Will."
Hi.
It did hurt though that everybody pointed out that I'm. If you're Premium Will, then I'm Freemium Will. I'm literally a freemium model. Subscriptions, microtransactions, occasional costume changes.
And this is why he's never gonna let me touch the computer ever again. Thank you. It's the last time we're ever gonna get spent together.
Oh. Okay, so there was a question earlier I want to jump back to because it's just a fun one, which was, what got you into building these little models? Little Fires is easy. I just gave you a kit and that was it.
Yeah. Now I have a whole line of things I need to do. Like 6 of them in queue already.
That's how you know you're into it. You already have a backlog. But what about you, dude? What got you into building Gundam kits?
So, when I was very young, growing up, we had one real hobby store in my area, and it was kind of like your all-purpose hobby stores. And I'd go there with my dad. We pick out like a model rocket, build it together, shoot the model rocket off, and then just over the course of browsing, looking through this, I see some model stuff, and I'm drawn to all the robots because I grew up on Transformers and GoBots and everything else. And I'm like, oh, I want to try this, and get the cautionary. Well, you can't really build those the same way. And my dad had never built. He'd built some of like the military model, like the Revell ones, where you needed a metric ton of glue and everything else, and there's a huge mess. And I tried building some of those, and it went horribly. But
I'm still haunted by a model plane kit that I tried to put together as a youngling.
You see some of these Gundam kits, and you're like, oh, these look pretty rad. I want to give this a shot. And I probably picked up an high grade something or other. Didn't know what it was. This is well before Gundam Wing had come to America. It's this cool robot, like literally the cool robot meme joke from forever ago, and I built it. It was fun, but like I didn't know what I was doing. I'd sit there, I would wiggle the part in the runner back and forth until it snapped off. I would Didn't do anything after that. You know, it wasn't even a nub mark. It was the full on nub, like from this thing. It was bad. But you know, I stopped doing it because again, I didn't know what I was doing. Didn't have anyone to help or tell me what I was doing wrong until I started at Atlas, and one of my coworkers had a bunch of like Zaku's on his desk. I was walking around like literally first day, introducing myself, and see those and like, oh my god, those look so good. How do you do that? I used to build these all the time, but mine never looked this good. And he's like, literally just a panel lining marker and flat spray. And other than that, it's a straight build. I'm like, all right, you got to tell me what I'm doing wrong, because clearly it's something, and you know what that something is. And he told me what to do, and like I think we went out to lunch later that week, and I got a went to a local anime place and got a Gundam model, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got this now. I bought a rattle can of flat spray, bought a panel liner, and it looked pretty good. And I just kept it up, kept finding Gundams that I thought looked good, or once I started catching back up on the series again, it's like, oh yeah, no, I'll build that. I built some, I'll call them mistakes, because everything's learning experience. But exactly. I picked up a couple kits from the Gundam Age series.
Hey, those kits are really cool.
They are. I picked up the Dark Hound, which yet another pirate Gundam, with an eye patch. But that's kind of just where it started again. I started watching more of the or catching back up with the show, not having watched anything since Wing, and yeah, I loved it. And it I went to, God, that would have been 2015, because that was the Persona 5 year, or one of the Persona 5 years. I went to TGS for that reveal with Atlas, and while I was there, it happened to be the, I guess, 25th anniversary of Gundam, and they had this amazing art exhibit in Roppongi, which is this really posh area. They had this, it was literally the art of Gundam. They had some Gundam animators desks from the 70s, this like green metal monstrosity with a bunch of cabinets, a bunch of things stacked on it, a bunch of pens and pencils everywhere, a bunch of old production cells from the OG series, and it was super cool seeing that, and that was like it solidified everything. Like yeah, this is my hobby now. That's when I started going to Reddit for help and seeing out what else other people were doing, and then like within a year I got an airbrush. Still suck at using an airbrush, but it doesn't stop me from trying anyways. It's one of these things where it scratches that, like, I need to like microdose task completion, and you're like, oh, I've built an arm assembly. I feel better about myself today. So that's helped too. And probably within a year or two, I started going to the SoCal Gundam modeling competition, which is like $20. I used to go because they had a bunch of vendors come in, and you could get stuff a little cheaper than you could ordering it from Hobbylink Japan or whatever retailer you'd go to. And then like literally last year, I've been going to this thing for 8 years, and finally I was like, you know what? I'm gonna enter in some a thing of mine, and I didn't win jack shit because they are so freaking talented at this thing.
That's heckin' cool.
It was still fun. My God, one of the guys that entered in a piece this year, and his piece didn't place, but he got the piece of his that he entered that didn't place got accepted to got him a ticket to the Gundam Builders World Cup.
Nice.
And
that's a big fucking deal.
I have to send you the link to this that you can post in the Twitch chat because it's so good.
My story, little similar with the similar in the beginning. I because I was a Warhammer kid during what I call the loveless years, and I fell out of love with Warhammer mainly because of like just the game itself didn't interest me. The world did, and this was before like all the books and shows, and as the Black Library was starting to take off, So I picked up a G Gundam kit. Not Neo, I think it was the Neo China, the one with the extendo arms. Mm-hmm. Did the same thing, popped the kits off, used nail clippers, that kind of thing. Didn't have the best time with it, and then just thought, nah, guess it's not for me. Then lockdown happened, and one of the Longshipian regulars, Jaralan, who, well, we haven't seen him in a while, they always have a seat at the table, sent me a Gundam Barbatus.
Oh,
and
nice.
Yeah, the rest has been history. I was told for a while there was a block on how many Gundams I was allowed to have in the apartment. The Longship took this as a threat and started sending more Gundams, as they are known to do.
You never tell the Longship they can't do something.
Yes. And then when we announced the No Grey November challenge, back when I had a backlog that could have been finished in a year, they again took this as a threat. These lovely lot are incredibly generous with me, which is a lovely thing to say. But yeah, I've just gotten more and more into it. I got a airbrush, and I started getting weird with the paint jobs. Like, before I got an airbrush, I started looking at tutorials like panel lining and different styles. Predominantly things like here's how to panel line your stuff without taking 1,000 hours, shit like that.
Yeah.
And that led me onto some of the weirder techniques that people were using with airbrushing to simulate like marble or like cracked glass and things like that, or like, as most people aim for at some point, like the candy apple style paint jobs and shit like that. And it got me into more and more interpretive art stuff. And then I started looking at the idea of like, well, a Gundam is always a Gundam because of its shape, its silhouette, its construction, right? But what can I do with painting those pieces? What can I do with those bits? And I started to experiment with it, and I had a great time. Like, I did like an underwater camo for one of the subterranean Zakus and shit like that.
I think you sent me a picture of that one.
I think so, because I haven't done as many different paint jobs as I would like, but
same, big same.
And yeah, I am going to attach the head to the body ahead of time. Fucking yeah!
It has to be done. I just finished the machine gun things too. I feel like I'm going way slower than you at this point.
You were in storytelling mode, whereas I was in storytelling mode earlier.
Fair. Not too far behind.
Oh, now we're on the arms.
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 But, all I've learned from that is I should send you stuff from my backlog, which my backlog is truly horrendous. I have to get so much stuff done, and I am in no way going to be able to.
If they need a home, I will gladly accept. I mean, I am truly blessed because I get to do the building stuff with these lovely lot, and there's somebody who keeps hanging out with me for some stupid reason who also likes making Gundams.
I'm mentally ill.
I don't know if you heard that, John, but the response from Little Fire was, "I'm mentally ill."
Aren't we all?
John says, "Aren't we all?"
But
are you hitting PAX West this year?
I should hopefully be.
Okay, because then I'll get to introduce you all.
I wish I could kit bash 40k stuff, because I too have seen just the most amazing stuff from that, and I've come to fully accept that I'm not going to get to that level of painting without neglecting my family to the point of no longer having a family.
I mean, you're an orc player. Kit bashing is in your blood. Your mushroomy blood. One of my favorite. Because the thing was, I never enjoyed 40k as a game, and if you enjoy it, I'm happy for you. I'm so glad you have a good time. I dislike it. I think Kill Team's fun, but the ones that I loved was Mordheim, Necromunda, and Gorkamorka. And Gorkamorka's rules were you are supposed to kit bash everything.
That's
back
amazing.
in my day, it was called conversions, but which we shan't quibble. And yeah, the idea was your orc wagons. You could have as many orcs on them as you could fit on them. So you could build like little like extra areas, like little bits for them to hang off the sides or sit on there. And you know, if your orc lost an arm, you were supposed to cut that arm off the mini and make it a fake arm. I loved it. And Baron, what's and welcome, friend. I still have a Kill Team box for you. It is waiting for you right over there. Baron's been getting into mini painting and has been doing like incredible stuff. Where did I put? Hex. Put him somewhere safe, and now I don't remember where.
The little guy?
Yeah.
Did you take him out of the box?
No, he's still in the little plastic special
No,
box.
I mean, when we set up the desk, everything was in the box.
He's still in the safety box.
So where's
Yeah.
the safety box?
And Baron, I think it's the one in the hallway. You don't have to. You're post work. Okay. So Baron, the wonderful disembodied hands that are joining me on today's craft along is my good friend John. John works over at Bandai Namco, is a fellow Gundam and giant robot enthusiast, and we've been talking everything from games to games industry to mechs to what have you.
80s British comedy series.
A British comedy. Well, I mean, you mentioned the young ones. Oh yeah.
I mean,
And so this is the last gift that Baron gave to me. It's a tiny kobold with a mimic axe and a tin hat. Come on, like work with me here, camera.
truly
Yeah.
next level. Well done.
I can't paint like that. But the thing I've been really enjoying is with the airbrushing stuff, no matter what you do to each piece, no matter how much of a mess or a splatter it is, afterwards, what you clip together is always a Gundam. And I love that. You can't be wrong in how you paint your Gundam.
Yes. Gunpla is freedom.
Gunpla is freedom. And because I like my mechs to look like they just came off like a sports car showroom.
So I have
Oh, you're trying the Cool Dad.
felt the dark side of
Let me know how it is. You're drinking for two after all. Is it not good? Oh no. Sorry, John. Apologies for talking over you there.
all good.
Because I've had the teeth stuff started,
Yes.
but for the next 2 weeks I got to be on soft food and sober. So I'm basically giving little fire alcohol and just watching them. Like, is it good? Is it good? Tell me how it tastes. This is totally healthy and normal.
I almost
Sorry.
just quoted a young one's line at you.
My apologies, I missed that. Feel free to start over.
No, I was just saying. I don't remember what I was saying now. Alas, not worth it.
Train of thought derailed.
It's okay though. I got the little sides on. And now I'm feeling good about it. I'm almost to the B. B is this thing. Funky colors. Isn't it? Nope, that's A.
Yeah, the little side panels for the shoulders were giving me a little bit of trouble, so I'm letting my fingers rest a little.
Yeah. Oh, there's someone I follow in the Gunpla community. Her name is Tex Merkees, or her name is Tex Merkees.
Text Marquise?
Yes, like Zex, but with Tex, as in from Texas. I presumably she's from Texas. But she did a Zaku that has Starry Night painted on it, and it is truly incredible.
Wow. I saw a few people who've done like the Arizona iced tea paint jobs, and I'm always in awe of that.
Love those. I do like the big colorful ones, but that's what it was. I've since learned that I am a big fan of making stuff dirty. And
See, you went down the path of the weathering.
I did. It's cheap and it feels like an easy cop out, but it's fun to do. And it's also makes painting any Star Wars stuff, especially Rebel stuff, real easy.
We like an ink wash and like a little like dirt distressing and some dry brushing can really make a little bit do more. And Baron, when you are done with classes, we get to do Memnal in the Tower. What's that little dude? That's cool.
This is the Savoy 21 from Porco Rosso, but it's got a nice little light weathering on it and everything.
That's
so barely
cool.
See some of the and then a little tiny painted Porco Rosso that I can't get a good angle on because
that's so fucking cool. Better a pig than a fascist.
Better a pig than a fascist. Truer words never spoken.
Pig, not guinea pigs.
Sorry?
You said pig, and you're like,
The guinea pig's activated. There it is hours before it is snack time for them. God.
I do love Porco Rosso. I'm another kit I'm halfway stalled on is his rival, Curtis's other seaplane. Ta-da! This guy.
Yo, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
So it was both funny and a little bit reminding me how far I still have to go on like building stuff. So I was at a conference. I think it was Pocket Gamer Connects or one of the local ones. Well, because I know that one's international, but it was the local variant. And I got to meet one of the gentlemen who worked on like Fassa Corp stuff back in the day. And my buddy's like, yo, like, how's your Gundam stuff? And I was like, oh, well, here's my latest paint job. Our last Gundam building contest was the Mech Gala. The idea of doing kind of like high fashion but giant robot painting. Not the most entrances we've had, but definitely the piece I'm the proudest of. And so I'm showing off my little like GM sniper, who's kind of like decked out like a weird, like runway race car. That was easy to say. And then he shows me what he's been working on, which is a scratch-built, like, floating Leviathan battleship. So it's like those old-timey battleship models, but built into this huge floating superstructure type thing. And then they're just like, oh, cool! That's... okay! You know?
I know. That's the fun of the hobby too. It's finding all the aspirational stuff. That's part of one of my favorite things about going to the local modeling competition is you see what people are doing. You're like, oh man, I wish to do that.
Yeah.
I was pretty proud of a Gunbuster I built, also because Gunbuster is an amazing anime.
Oh yeah. Well, people forget the gun. Oh, we're talking about the what's his face's like super oversized robot show, right?
Yeah, it was a Gynax.
Yeah,
from the late 80s.
Yeah, everybody forgets that that's the kind of connective tissue that would give us Evangelion and all of that good stuff. I always have to tell people though, it's not good, but it's important.
When we were sending out those Gundam Breaker 4 model kit, or the collector's editions that came with the those fun model kits, I was asking our Gundam team, I was like, hey, do you guys have like any beginner's building guide that I can point people to or any kind of thing. He's like, oh, we have one thing. I'm like, okay, cool. And he sends it through as a posing guide. I'm looking through the PDF and everything. This is something that I've seen in everything in like some of the Tom Machination stores and everything. It's basically just here's how to pose a Gundam and make it look good. But it was they were using a strike Gundam from Seed.
Okay.
And they had it with the. I just did that like you can see me, but you can't clearly. But you know the arms crossed across in front of the chest, and literally the caption in Japanese was Gainax pose. And you're like, okay, yep.
Yep.
And the Gunbuster model I bought like defaults to that pose too, and you're like, yeah, okay, this is it. This one's got the juice.
Yeah, I do recommend if you get the chance to watch Gunbuster, friends. It's got a lot of that old anime vibe in it. A lot of people getting slapped for no reason, that kind of thing. Sorry, that phaser pulled was. So obviously, I'm still on the mend at the moment, so I don't know how much I have left in the tank. I don't know if I'm going to be able to start doing the arms with you.
Oh yeah, all good.
But I was just having a look to see like how much we've got going, and it's not too much to be honest. Like, okay, actually, there is a lot of pieces because the wings are hella complicated. But so I was having a look through, and I was like, oh, this manual feels way thicker. It's because you get to the middle, and you're like, oh, hang on, let me give the people a good view, and then it unfolds to the full multi-page spread of full color goodness. Shows you how to do like the shield out of the wings and how to transform and put the guns together and everything.
The most important pose.
Yup. The iconic one.
We endless waltzing it today, boys.
Yep.
And
Oh, Mephonics was also saying they want to find something of the God Warrior from Nausicaa. Yep. And what was the other thing you were mentioning earlier? Oh, just their mum got him into Gundam Wing. She'll have Duo. Huh, so strange. Gundam Wing was such a good introductory anime because it's a soap opera. It just happens to have cool as shit giant robots in. And it makes it so different from a lot of the other media in the same space. It's not overly military, it's not overly masculine, you know? And the fucking him tearing up the birthday invite and shit like that, like, iconic.
with the I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. So good melodrama.
So good.
Oh yeah, Mephonics, like, Death Scythe did a lot of things to a lot of people's brain chemistry.
I did love the minigun sound effect, or all the Daka Daka sound effect for heavy arms.
Oh yeah.
Just permanently ingrained in my head.
So good. And one of the things, again, like, I know I said this earlier, I just kind of want to, it's one of those things I like restating just in case people are like, oh, I don't know if I should get into Gundam stuff. It's like, you don't need to have seen the shows. You can just look at a kit and go, that's fucking cool. Because, like, I'm not a fan of Gundam Seed. I'm not going to shit on it, but it's not a show that I particularly enjoy. But I love the Red Ashtray. Like, it's a samurai Gundam with one sword, and that's it. It does one thing really cool. What's not to like? And you can just like that model. You don't have to watch the show, you don't have to like the show. My favorite ones are usually the short and side stories. So, like, I love the 8 MS Team, for example. You know, I love the fact that the Easy 8 isn't like a superstar mech because it's like the secret weapon developed in under. No, it's because the guy piloting it is very good, and they cobbled together pieces to fix it because he kept fucking breaking it.
I may have said this to your chat while you were letting in Little Fire, but the this actually applies to Star Wars for me too. But
Okay.
if we're talking about grunts getting work done, I am in 1000%. Give me Andor, give me Rogue One,
Yes.
give me 8th Mobile Suit Team, give me Thunderbolt, all day.
Yeah.
I love it, love it, love it. We'll eat it
Don't
up.
get me wrong. Like I've got it. I'll have a good time watching Unicorn and watching cool over the top stuff with some Sakuga, but nah, like because Mephonics also mentioned the Goof Custom, and I'm like that whole fight in 8th MS Team where he's just that good, just tearing through their forces.
That to me is the oof. I feel nervous. Feel nervous even saying this, but that to me is the best Gundam fight sequence when Norris Packard is just tearing through those gun tanks in 8th Mobile Suit Team.
Yeah.
And that's like whoever was directing this segment had grown up on samurai movies and was like,
yeah,
I have my moment. I am shooting every shot I possibly can for this one. It is when the goof kills the second one and he's like on top of it and the poor little gun tank is just, you're focused on the goof because it's about to jam its sword into it, but the poor little gun tank's arm is just kind of like going like whoa and shooting the ground,
like panicking.
They just got that so good.
Yeah, because like I said, I enjoy the ace pilot versus ace pilot duels. I do think that Iron-Blooded Orphans was very good for that because it showed both the ridiculous over the topness but also the consequence. Like, dickhead matey boy getting finally his comeuppance squished in his own cockpit. Like, oh shit, they went there. But there's just something about those side stories. Like the titular battle in Thunderbolt is very, very good, but it's the small fights up until that. Go for it.
So my absolute favorite bit in Thunderbolt is when the pilot, or not the pilot, the captain of the ship, the Federation ship.
Yeah.
They're in their normal suits on the bridge, but the ship has been just fucked up.
Yeah.
And basically, and then her second in command is like, "You've doomed us all, you fucking bitch," into this, or whatever he says, and then just shoots her right then and there. Like, there's no escape for you. I understand how your bad leadership has gotten to this point, and this is all your fault. And you're just like, how do they show that? But it was
one that haunts me is like the last holdouts of the Xeon forces, and they're trying to negotiate a surrender, and the dude just puts a beam saber through the hold and just flushes everyone into space.
And then the poor Federation guy that was doing it earnestly, and all the guys behind him, they were like, "Oh yeah, we did it, we got him."
Yeah,
great. And he's like, "No, we did not get them."
A reflective what and welcome. Yeah, we're talking mechs. The lovely disembodied voice is John, who sent me this lovely kit as a 7th anniversary of the stream gift. Oh, also, I don't know if I showed you, dude, but the Gundam store entry grade is what I have on my desk every day.
Oh, nice.
I'm pretty sure that was one you sent me.
Yeah, from New York City Comic-Con last year.
Yeah. But yeah, those early fights in season 2 of Thunderbolt, you have like the special forces AC guys being sent in, and I'm like, for a mech that was a joke and was only really famously now known for being turned into a literal teddy bear, they turned them into actual badass special forces. Like, fuck yes.
You know what? You just reminded me, Unicorn.
Yeah.
When they're doing the remnants of Xeon assault.
Oh God, yes.
Like, all those sleeper agents from, over 10 years ago, pulling out their old dusty sniper, Zaku sniper ones and everything. You're just like, oh yes, this is it. Give me all of this.
Because I have a real obsession with any of those when they get really into the mechanical details. So for those who haven't seen it, the early Zaku sniper, they designed it much like the German heavy machine gun in that it's a beam sniper weapon, but because it's a heat weapon, the barrel gets fucked quickly. So he has replacement reloadable barrels. So cool. And just the mechanical detail, the weight they put behind it. But then also seeing like these old veteran pilots in what should be piece of shit mechs wrecking face because they're that good, you know.
Yeah.
And they have to call in an actual specialist to come handle them. God, love it.
It was part surprise attack too, in fairness. But
True,
yeah,
still.
then the Jesta show up like Gundam Special Forces, and it rules.
Yeah. I still have a 1/100 Jester to put together, and a little light to go in its head.
My it's not exactly a white whale build. I have it. I have a PG Zaku, perfect grade Zaku. It's one of the older perfect grades, and
Oh, nice.
I heard it's a little wonky, but I found a third party. Oh god, I don't even know if I should do it. No, it's fine. I found a resin kit conversion to make it into a PG size goof.
Ooh.
And it's got like a metal chain gun on it, and I gotta get to it. I keep telling myself I'm not good enough to airbrush it yet, but I think I've reached the point where I should just
I think you could. And the thing is, like with airbrushing stuff, I don't know how the resin pieces hold up, but with standard bits, if it doesn't work, like paint stripping, it's real easy. You just try again.
Yeah, resin's the same way after it's cured.
I will say, I did find a light kit for that mega unicorn. Yeah.
Amazing.
So, sorry, I was looking over at my little my wish list, and it's literally the tank from Sandland, the unicorn, the light for the unicorn, Xenoblade Chronicles X because transforming robots, and also an Xbox 360 copy of Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, because that game is terrible, but I love it, and it's so fun to talk about.
Amazing.
And yeah, it's, I don't know, I get really obsessed with kind of giant robot battle matchups and things like that, because there's so much that can be done. And like, you can do giant robot fights as metaphors, you can do them as military tactics, you can do them as like WWE wrestling style. Like, there's so much you can do with it.
Oh, totally. I love, so I absolutely love the visual aesthetic called cassette futurism. Is that the one? You've probably seen the thing. It's like, it's an image that depicts steampunk, diesel punk,
Yeah.
gray punk, atom punk, all this stuff from the, as it kind of progresses through the time periods, and of course the 80s, being I was born and growing up. I mean, it's just, it looks like every single console in Star Wars. It's all,
Yeah.
big chunky switches, glowing buttons, small screens, like black and orange text or black and green text. Oh god, what was that big Naughty Dog game they revealed at TGA's last year?
Oh, it's dropped out of my head, but I know the one you mean. It also has that like retro future tech thing going on.
It's exactly intergalactic. Like all the pictures of their console, like the computer, the spaceship, everything. That's all cassette futurism.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with it because, especially in anime, any of the ones that use like quasi mini discs and that kind of setup, like I'm in. I'm fucking in.
Yeah, my nascent, uninformed take on it is that early mech stuff was exactly this. It was man versus technology, right? When that was still a thing. You have this younger generation of worker in Japan that needs to figure out computers and all this other
Yeah.
stuff for modern business, and then here's a perfect parallel to it.
Well, what was really cool as well was from being a Pat Labor fan and a Ghost in the Shell fan, like Mamori Oshii and a bunch of other creators made headgear where they focus on technical specificity, but also on creators owning their own works. And I promise I'm not just bringing this up so I can talk about Pat Labor 2 again. Promise.
I mean, it's okay. I love Pat Labor. Yeah, it's such an interesting medium, and it's interesting trope, I guess.
Yeah.
I love seeing it. We even, oh my god, was that horrible live action movie? Was it Robot Jocks?
Okay. The actual technical effects for those mech fights were incredible. The rest of the movie is a fucking disaster, but those fights. Actually, at one point were some of the largest functioning miniatures used in cinema. Hang on, I'm just gonna quickly grab myself. I've got some Gatorade in the fridge. Maybe some sugar's gonna get me going. But what we could do is we could make this.
I just realized it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, well, so usually I can go a lot longer, but this week, for whatever reason, I've just been I've been exhausted. I only managed 2 hours yesterday, and we're coming up on the 5-hour mark, and I am beat. I was looking at the instructions, and all right, now it's time to start building the hands, and my body went, I don't know if we can do this, homie. My internal organs are right, this might be us.
The brain is willing, but the body says no.
Yeah, and for both streaming and Gundam building and talking about mechs, that is alien for me.
Yes, I get that. But that's, self-care is important. You need to be hydrate while you build Gundam.
Well, let me grab that, and even if we do bring our adventures to a close in the next 15, 20 minutes, hydrate or die straight, right? So I'll be just a second.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Robo Jocks. That was the one. Thank you for your son.
No, not for you. It's Gundam.
Self-care is important. If you will excuse me, I will now turn into dust. But in the same vein of self-care,
The guinea pigs are livid at the fact that those rustling package noises wasn't in fact yet more food for them. And yeah, you're right, Unholy Glee, I did have dental work, I'm still kind of healing. And, I can't crack open a gin and tonic at this hour as I would usually do. It's weird, my body's not mad at me that I'm not consuming alcohol, my body's mad at me that I'm not consuming the anxiety go away Zoom juice.
anxiety go away Zoom juice.
I haven't been having withdrawal. I've been having the, oh, you broke your habit, my body is mad.
Okay. Let's say, in a semi-serious note, make sure you listen to your body. If something doesn't feel right, get it checked out.
Yeah. Don't do what I did, which is wait until it really hurts and then go see a dentist.
Yeah.
Though, actually, you know what? I'm not going to follow that thread because that thread is dental discussion, and I know a lot of people would rather we change the subject. So let's do that.
Yes.
You know what? I have reached the point though that I don't have any white whale kits. White Glint was one of them, and they did a re-release of that, and Zeke gave me the cash to pick it up.
Nice.
And the big kind of crab-like mech from Pat Label 1 was one of my must-haves. And weirdly, I like the Ingrams from Pat Label, but I don't feel like I need them. I don't know why, but I don't sit around going, huh? And the other one was the 1/100 Nightingale. That was my white whale. Some friends very kindly gave me a one for Christmas before the reprint. They did not tell me how much they paid for that, and I don't want to know. But yeah, at this point, it's just like now it's just chipping away at them.
Yeah, I've definitely reached and surpassed the point where I need to stop building or stop buying and start building, because I've turned into more of a Gundam collector at this point than I have a Gundam builder.
But you know, if it makes you happy, yo.
Makes you happy. This year's competition, which is always themed for the SoCal Gundam Modelers competition, is Macross. So my grand design is finally finishing the 148 sized YF-19 from Macross Plus, which is
you fucking ledge.
gorgeous. And I saw on your Patlabor thing, your Patlabor DVD, it had the Manga Home Entertainment. So I don't know if they were ever made its way to Europe, or if you're even familiar with the little mailer VHSs that they used to send out. But basically, they'd send out these promotional free VHS tapes that were like a 10 to 15 minute long advert for all their series, and it was basically an anime music video on VHS set to a fucking KMFDM song.
Oh yeah.
And my entry plan is to mount the YF-19 on a VHS cassette and make it play that song when you press the button, or press a button on the cassette.
Fuck yes. No, that's a fucking great idea, because I had that one. I managed to find not the full version, but the Cyberpunk one is on YouTube. The
how's it go?
It goes.
Nailed it. Perfect.
And I forget what that high-speed industrial band was they used for everything else.
I thought it was KMFDM.
Is it KFMDM?
At least the one that I'm thinking of was the song Nile. Nile?
Sounds right. It's all kind of...
I might have...
But, so yeah, my entry into anime was I was doing a summer internship at Lionhead Studios as a fucking baby teenager. And one of the artists was like full Street Fighter, full weeb. And I just immediately looked up to him. And he, one lunchtime, drew me this fucking cool picture of Akuma just because he could. This broke my brain, the idea that someone could create art that quickly. And so I'm like full on fucking worshipping this guy. And the dude goes, right, I need you to buy 2 VHS. You need to buy Akira and Ghost in the Shell. And so, knowing nothing, I got both. Just off the bat. And the rest is history. That's how I got into anime. So yeah, I was buying Manga Entertainment VHS, and then the move over to Duvdas. I had the full OVA set of Macross Plus, which I loved.
I'm so glad that it's on Hulu, because I've been missing that so much.
Yeah, and it's the proper old cut, not the movie cut, which is fine, but you lose the good details.
I completely forgot that it starts off with like this show is for the dreamers or something. This whatever is for the dreamers or the pioneers. And I was like, I lost it a little bit at that. I'm like, God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, yes. Oh, that one hurt. It was so good though. So good.
Yeah, no, numbers. Glad you got some naps in. I'm starting to flag at the moment, numbers, so we'll probably go for just about 10 or 15 minutes more, and then we'll find some lovely folks to pass it on over to. But, like, John, we should do this. This is a very good excuse, 1, to do more build streams, and 2, Build some more fucking Gundams.
I love building Gundams and accountability for building Gundams.
Yeah, we're like gym buddies, but for something way more fun.
Exactly. Instead of health and a physique, I get a cool robot.
Yeah, get a cool little guy.
People stare in horror as I use my tweezers to pry open this thing instead of the actual spudger, which I believe is the technical term for this, that I should be using. Because I forgot to put in this stupid little, the bane of our existence, these stupid little green gem pieces.
Gundability, I like that.
Gunpla is freedom.
Gunpla is freedom.
Can't be stated. Can't be stated enough. Gunpla is freedom.
Yeah. But no, it's interesting because like, I have this thing that happens to me pretty much every time I spot something. Because call it habit, call it just my general sense of unhinged whimsy. I will always go check out the Lego section in the grocery store when we go to get groceries. Like, I like going down
has
there.
A Lego section.
Yeah, we got a Fred Meyer nearby, and the downstairs there's like a toy aisle, and there's quite a few Lego sets and stuff like that. So I always go on down there to just have a little skim around because it's it's fun. It's Lego. It's not to like.
Incredible.
But the thing that continues to make me happy is I'll trundle past there and I'll see like anime merch and action figures and shit just in a regular ass grocery store in the US. And that will never stop being wonderful. Like, the fact that if we want to watch cool as shit anime stuff, it's on Hulu, for fuck's sake,
Exactly.
We don't,
you don't have to source VHS cassettes from Hong Kong.
Right? You're not ordering off a sketchy website or buying it from a bloke down the pub. Shout out to Bloke Down the Pub for unknowingly selling me my very first hentai.
Oh no.
Yeah. Guilty as charged.
Shout outs Bloke Down to the Pub.
Shout out to Bloke Down Pub, who was clearly just selling pirated DVDs.
I'm pretty sure that was a side mission in one of the Yakuza games.
I hope so.
Actually, I know that for a fact. That's there's a mission in Yakuza 0 where Kiryu has to go buy a porno mag for a kid.
Do you know about this? There's a buy a porno mag mission in Yakuza 0.
I'm like 95% certain.
Okay. But it's one of those things where like the increased accessibility of anime is only a good thing, and it makes me happy. I understand that while it's more accessible now, we also only got kind of like the best of the best coming over, like that manga was grabbing as they could. Actually, that's not strictly true. I did watch, was it Shadow Step or what have you? There's 4 hours of my life I'm never ever getting back. Sorry, there's a deep cut for absolutely no one. Yeah, Wraith, the Sci-Fi Channel airing the weirdest and strangest anime at like 2 to 4 a.m. Because we didn't have Toonami in the UK, so Channel 4 would occasionally do like an anime night. So like Blood the Last Vampire, Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust was like a double feature one night. To this day, rewatching them feels weird because they don't have the ad breaks in them. Just for how much I watched them.
My in my hometown, our public access channel would air like fan subs of Lubin movies. And you're sitting there going, how did they get away with this?
That's so cool.
But it makes it hard to rewatch like Castle of Cagliostro because it doesn't have that original like horrible fan sub or fan dub.
Yeah. Well, and that was like one of the reasons why I got so in my own head about Pat Labor is like the fact that there are all these different dubs and different interpretations. Like the thing that struck me was like we've had multiple people attempt to recreate these characters and do an incredible job. Sorry, I get really, really into the weeds about this one because I think that Hellsing Abridged, the voice cast of that gets Dragon Ball Abridged gets the cast of Dragon Ball better than its original dub cast because they've had more time to soak in the culture of it. And even though it's being created as parody, the characters end up being more authentic to their true selves in a weird way. And with any kind of like voiceover stuff, different interpretations of the same character are fascinating.
Interesting. My giant black hole Dragon Ball knowledge. I basically watched the first half of the Frieza arc, and that's it.
I don't have a lot of knowledge on it, but yeah, Yaz and numbers agreeing. The Dragon Ball Abridged's Vegeta is perfect. Do you really believe your own hype? Bitch, I am the hype. It's perfect. Is that me? Is that me stronger than me? I'll kill me!
That sounds a little unhinged. Amazing.
Which is Vegeta perfectly. And also...
fair.
Yeah. You think you're being cute? Bitch, I'm adorable. What's this strange feeling that I have? Is this pride in somebody else? Huh. Too bad it's being overridden by all this unyielding rage! Come on, Will's show. Get quotes yelled at you across Discord. But no, it's... I really like the place we've reached, which was like anime did used to be wildly inaccessible, and now it's you just get Crunchyroll, get Hulu, you know, and it makes me real happy. You know, a lot of the Gundam stuff used to be so hard to get hold of.
Mm-hmm.
I'd still like to see stuff like Turn a Gundam be a little easier to find and shit like that. But I also like the weird Gundam, so.
I got a Turn X kit. I love it.
Ooh.
I use I think I have I don't know where I use Turn X as a screen name, but I basically somewhere there's a Turn X Gundam, and it's probably me on like Reddit or something.
Well, you got it. When people start like asking of like, you know, should I get into Gundam kits? Like, what are they like? You know, assuming it's going to be similar to like military kits or 40k. I'm like, look, this is the Turner Gundam. It comes with a cow. Why does it come with a cow? Don't ask questions. It just does. Do you have to paint the cow? No, but you can. There's a cow.
Cow. It's a cow pilot.
Cow. Exactly.
Why is there a cow?
Don't ask. You're asking the wrong questions.
Don't ask questions.
So okay, what? So I'm going to start bringing our adventures to a close, dear friend.
Yes.
And I'm going to roll the credits, thank these lovely folk, and then I'll raid them in. So if you want to just hang on the line while I thank these lovely folks, and we'll
thanks to all of those in the long ship for having me. Super glad to have gotten to hang out with you all.
Yeah,
Hope we get to do it again soon.
We've been playing this for so fucking long.
It has been quite a while.
And also, like, in both industry and in giant robots and all of it, like, I mean, this is a great little corner of the internet because whatever the giant robot show is, you're guaranteed that someone here knows it, loves it, and isn't a dick about it.
You just absolutely love to see it.
Oh yeah,
Giant robots rule.
Vanderbee's saying that there's a Gundam kit for the machine that makes Gundam kits. You mean this little Mother Hubbard?
Yes!
Yeah. And I know we all know this, but I'm going to say it again. Oh, Eve! Good morning to you, friend. How goes it? Have you broken poor Joker yet? Is he still good? Eve's showing off in chat. Wow. But yeah, one of my favorite things about this is that in the main OG factory, where this all began, the machines are painted. The machines are made to look like the different Gundams. So you have the Mac Daddy, then you have the 3 Tri-Stars, you have the Red Char Zaku. I love
3 times
that.
as fast.
Yeah.
3 times as fast as making the molds.
Oh hell yeah.
Not really, but
It should be.
it should be.
And that the jumpsuits they wear for the factory floor are designed to look like pilot suits. Fucking brilliant.
The forklifts too. They're like the EFSF forklifts.
Oh yes. And Eve was doing cinema last night and a 12-hour shift. Oof.
Oof.
And Joker's fine, and Apollon here is breaking him though. Oh no! I think the trees are fucking. Trees be fucking. And Verdant, welcome back. We're gonna be bringing our adventures to a close because, and I do apologize on this. I'm just hitting the wall. So for those of you watching, I have a choice as to where you would like to go next. Just make sure these folks are all still live.
Is that a Midsummer reference? Nightmare Eve? Feels like a Midsummer reference.
It feels very Midsummer-esque.
Oh, yes, there you go. Look at his beefy arm on this guy. It's like a Trogdor
Yeah,
arm.
it's got this little chunky ass nonsense. Oh, but no, mate. I'm glad we got to hang in Natter. Thank you for giving us the insight to how it was to be actually physically at Summer Games Fest.
It's a great time. I do love my industry events.
And I hope you get to do PAX because, to my knowledge, you're pretty much clear for big releases now until till winter. Actually, I don't know if you can answer that, but now Night Rain's out, you don't have anything that's screaming in your ear.
No. Digimon working on that's October.
Oh yeah.
And then,
Numbers is very excited. Actually, I think Numbers passed out when you mentioned that you were working on. yeah. Numbers has been activated.
Just you wait.
I'd love to tell you that we'll do a stream of Time Stranger, but we have been so rammed for games. It's ridiculous. Vanderbeest has been very patient with me because I said, God, I don't want to know how long ago it was that we would do a playthrough of Tunic, and it is now 2025. Eve says you look incredible as always.
Oh, thank you.
I completely lost every train of thought that I had. That was a full train derailment.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, that's not on you. That's my brain. I even slept last night as well, so I have no excuse for being this. But okay, yeah. Anyway.
No. I will stop getting in the way of you winding the stream down. I did have a very lovely time. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and let us do this again.
Absolutely.
Because there's a whole little guy to build. Or worst case, we just pick whichever builds we're working on.
You'd love to see him.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna roll credits. To my lovely lot, I can offer you either Indiana Jones, Chrono Odyssey, or Quake. Like OG Quake 1. Those are the three choices that I have for your lovely selves. Also, I hadn't seen your tiny spinning gremlin emote, and I love it. So yeah. So friends, thank you all for coming by. I hope all of you watching have had a good time or have been doing your craft alongs. Whatever you have made, throw it into either Creation Celebration or No Grey in November as your heart demands. Sorry, I'm just making sure that the credits are on here. Oh god. Sorry, I need to do a little bit of Fafamancy while we're talking. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine here. How are you? Okay. There we go. Yeah, Wraith, I made it through the entire stream with 0 hate crimes. That's a little dinosaur sticker for me there. I did not do the terrible Glaswegian impression. But again, Wraith, I hope you've had a really good birthday, mate. Like, happy birthday again. So, friends, this little guy right here is not just a cutie patootie Gundam. This was a gift from John, and this was a gift for the 7-year anniversary of this whole streaming malarkey. As we talked about early on, it is fucking wild that I'm still here doing this. That the Longship is still an entity after 7 years to this degree. And this little cheeky-faced chappy is a wonderful testament to that. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people who have thrown in bits and subs and donations and the whole shebang. Because that's how I've been able to do it this whole fucking time. You beautiful Mother Hubbard. Now, I don't think that Haferga was a real person, but just on the off chance they are, thank you for a follow. To Martin and Favor6, thank you for throwing in subs, because both were well over 30 months, you legends. Avenger threw in $25, thank you so much. And to Legend of Morad, Yeti, Divershi, Favor6, Bacon Avenger, Akira Zero, Scotty Doggy, Vanderbeest, and J-Post. You threw in bits of the microtransactions of Will, with me being the free-to-play variant. Thank you to the entire moderation team, Caffeine, Nova, Moose, and Tal, and to the crazy dude who threw one in a raid. Now, to your lovely Mother Hubbards, what do you fancy? I can give you Doom. Sorry, I can give you Quake, not Doom. I can give you Chrono Odyssey, or I can give you Indiana Jones. And J-Post, thank you for the 100. What strikes your fancy? Caffeine, you want Quack? Alright, you were quickest on the draw. So I'm going to pass you over to Jitspo, I believe. This individual is working on a Quake-inspired, like, physics reality-bending indie game. So, do ask this lovely Mother Hubbard about their game. Please make my excuses. I will not be following you into this raid, but I am dropping you off in a fascinating spot. Thank you, Wraith. Actually recording it when I do good things. And yeah, that's it from us. John, is there anything any of these lovely Mother Hubbards can do to make your life easier? Any games they should wish list or what have you?
Just take care of yourself and have fun. Build cool models.
Build cool models.
Enjoy crafts.
There you go, friends. Those are your official instructions. And again, mate, thank you so much for coming and joining. This was fucking brilliant.
Oh, it's lovely being here. Lovely to spend my time with all the folks from the Longship.
Right. So I'm going to throw them over in just a second. All right, kids. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. If I don't see you sooner, I will see you on Tuesday. Boy. Boy. Oh yeah, your Brack flag pin. So cool. Okie dokie. Okay.